Chapter 1536. Over the next few days, one taught Song Qingshu about the customs of the South while the other studied seriously. Because Song Qingshu could understand the Mountain Yin language and had a good understanding of the South, he learned quickly. Of course, in Shin Bijuan's eyes, he was just pretending to understand. 2 days later, Yelu Isin suddenly appeared with some people and asked how Song Qingshu was doing. Shin Bijuan deliberately praised him, saying that he now knew the customs of the South like the back of his hand. Many people in Jiangnan could not compare to him. At first, Song Qingshu was a bit dazed. He didn't understand why Shin Bijuan suddenly spoke up for him, but he quickly realized that she was deliberately putting him on a pedestal to raise Yelu Isin's expectations. When the time came, the higher he was, the harder he would fall. As expected, the astute Yelu Isin was clearly not satisfied with listening to her side of the story. Instead, he personally tested Song Qingshu on some of the customs of the South. After all, this was related to a very important plan. He asked all kinds of questions, and Song Qingshu was secretly surprised. Yelu Isin was a Khitan, but no one had such a deep understanding of Han culture. But then he thought about it. The nomads of the north had a certain degree of Han culture after entering the Central Plains. Even the emperor and empress imitated the Han people in poetry and painting. It wasn't strange for a noble to know these things. Song Qingshu was only surprised, but Shin Bijuan's eyes widened in shock. Many of Yelu Isin's questions were relatively unfamiliar, and even she didn't know how to answer them. Who would have thought that this man would answer so cleverly? After the test, Yelu Isin was very satisfied with the result. Miss Shen is indeed a famous talented woman to be able to teach like this in just a few days. Of course, he didn't think that this ordinary zither player was talented and subconsciously attributed it to Shin Bijuan. Shin Bijuan had an awkward expression and didn't know how to respond. She secretly glanced at Song Qingshu and saw that his expression was calm and didn't seem angry at all. He also didn't have any intention of complaining to Yelu Isin. She couldn't help but secretly sigh in relief. Then she became even more curious. So he didn't lie to me, but how did he understand the Shanin language? By the way, I came here today to inform you that you will be sent to the Imperial Palace tomorrow morning, Yelu Isin suddenly said. Us? Song Qingshu was stunned. That's right. As a zither player, you will enter the palace with Shin Miss Xiao. Yelu Isin had changed his address at the last minute. Shin Bijuan was no longer the young miss of the Shin family from Jiangnan. She now had a new identity, the younger sister of the son-in-law Xiao Shimao, Xiao Tansi. Song Qingshu glanced at Shin Bijuan and saw that her face was expressionless. Yelu Isin had clearly informed her beforehand. What, do you have a problem? Yelu Isin's eyes flashed fiercely. No problem. Song Qingshu forced a smile. He thought that he had to find a chance to discuss this with Zhao Min. After all, he had infiltrated the Wei household to investigate Murong Jingyue's whereabouts. Now that he had found nothing and was being transferred to the Imperial Palace, wouldn't that mean that all his previous efforts had been for naught? That's good, Yelu Isin said lightly. Miss Xiao, please return to your room and rest. I still have some things to tell Sir Zhao. In reality, he had no intention of consulting Shin Bijuan. As soon as he finished speaking, a servant girl supported Shin Bijuan and left. But as Shin Bijuan left, she looked deeply at Song Qingshu. As expected, he was one of Yelu Isin's people. The faint trace of apology and curiosity that had risen up earlier instantly disappeared. After Shin Bijuan left, Yelu Isin's face suddenly darkened. You should know what you are going to do after entering the palace. Song Qingshu was shocked. He thought, what the hell do I know? I didn't expect that Zhao Min would actually trigger a hidden plot by randomly choosing someone to impersonate. Seeing him stutter, Yelu Isin sneered. I know what you are worried about. I came here today to tell you that I have arranged for your parents, wife, and children to be well protected in a safe place. As long as you follow my instructions obediently, they will be fine. Yes. Song Qingshu lowered his head slightly, taking the opportunity to hide his shocked eyes. He wondered what task Yelu Isin had given Zhao Wei. It seemed that Zhao Wei had been selected long ago. Even if he hadn't performed exceedingly to arouse Shen Bijuan's worries, he would still have been selected in the end. After nightfall, Song Qingshu secretly found a chance to sneak out and return to the little south tower. He told Zhao Min and Icy Snow what had happened today. Hearing that he was going to be sent to the palace as a dowry, the two women laughed unkindly, making Song Qingshu's face turn darker. After laughing, Zhao Min said, "It's good to take this opportunity to enter the palace to investigate. I suspect that Murong Jingyue's other hiding place is in the palace." "But what about the Wei Wangfu?" Song Qingshu frowned. "I have sent a few people to infiltrate the Wei Wangfu through other means in order to support you. Let them be in charge of the investigation." Zhao Min continued, "And it seems that Yelu Isin has a big plan. If we don't do anything, it may harm our interests. You should take advantage of the situation and develop things in our favor at the critical moment." Song Qingshu nodded. "That's good too." Thinking about how Xiao Ban and Yelu Qi were framed, he vaguely felt that Yelu Isin was weaving a big net. He just didn't know who would be caught in it in the end. He realized that he couldn't see through Yelu Isin. In the future, they would most likely be enemies because of their different standpoints. At that time, how to face Yelu Nansien would be a big problem. That Miss Shen is also a pitiful person. Qingshu, help her if you can. Icy Snow had heard about Shen Bijuan's experience from Zhao Min. She couldn't help but sympathize with her. The kind-hearted Icy Snow couldn't help but advise Song Qingshu. Before Song Qingshu could answer, Zhao Min burst into laughter. "Elder sister, you can rest assured. Even if you did not say anything, with his tender and protective nature, he would definitely not sit by and watch young Lady Shen suffer. Am I right, young Master Song?" Song Qingshu hurriedly said sternly, "Of course, it's the duty of us righteous people to fight the strong and help the weak." "Tsk, you make it sound nice." Zhao Min snorted disdainfully. "Why don't you go help those homeless beggars on the roadside?" At this time, Icy Snow also pursed her lips and smiled. "I heard that Miss Shen is known as the first beauty in Shanin City. She must be very beautiful." "She's not just the first beauty in Shanin City. If it weren't for the fact that she stays at home and doesn't have a good reputation, it wouldn't be a problem for her to compete for the first beauty in Jiangnan." Zhao Min recalled the scene when she first met her and couldn't help sighing. "Even a woman like me can't help but be moved by that pitiful look, let alone some playboys." Song Qingshu broke into a sweat. "When did you two become so tacit? You're teaming up to tease me." Zhao Min raised her smooth jade-like chin. "I'm just reminding you not to be blinded by beauty." Song Qingshu couldn't stand the two women's continuous bombardment. He hurriedly said that he had been out for too long and was afraid of being discovered by Wei Wangfu's people. Hearing the two women's bell-like laughter coming from the room behind him, he couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the emperors of each dynasty would let the women in the harem fight each other. Otherwise, if those women were happy and harmonious, they would unite to target the men. When he returned to Wei Wangfu, Song Qingshu suddenly saw a shadow flash in the corner of his eyes. He turned his head and saw a black shadow flying into the fu from a remote place. His qinggong is actually this good? Song Qingshu was startled. A qinggong that he recognized was definitely first-rate in Jianghu. His expression immediately became strange. Usually, the qinggong of a rapist in Jianghu was not bad. Moreover, he didn't look like a good person from sneaking around. It would be bad if he had any ideas about Yelu Nansien. With this thought in mind, he could no longer suppress the worry in his heart. He hurriedly and quietly followed. The black-clothed man's movement technique was exquisite and he was also very alert. From time to time, he would look back to see if anyone was following him. Fortunately, Song Qingshu's qigong had reached an unprecedented level. Otherwise, he really might have been discovered. Seeing that the black-clothed man did not go in the direction of Yelu Nanxian's residence, but instead headed towards the western courtyard, Song Qingshu finally relaxed. It seemed like he wasn't looking for Yelu Nanxian. Suddenly, he remembered that Yelu Nanxian hadn't been home for the past few days. He had worried for nothing. But very quickly, his expression turned serious again. He found that the direction the black-clothed man was heading in was a little familiar. It was the place he had been living for a while. Of course, Song Qingshu didn't think that this person would go through so much trouble to sneak into Wei Wangfu just to find a downtrodden zither player. It was obvious that he was aiming for a more attractive target. As expected, the black-clothed man turned left and right and finally arrived at Shin Bijuan's courtyard. The guards stationed in the courtyard didn't even have time to react before he killed them with a single slash. It could be said that in the blink of an eye, a cold light appeared in the black-clothed man's hand. The speed of his sword was so fast that it was rarely seen in the world. Shui Yi's men. Seeing the other party attack, Song Qingshu had already recognized his identity. When Yelu Nanxian's brother was killed in prison, he had suspected that it was Shui Yi's men who did it. So he went to find Qin Keqing and the others. But when he arrived at the southern Song stronghold, it was already empty and it was obvious that there had been a fierce battle. I wonder how Qin Keqing is doing? As the saying goes, a night of marriage means 100 days of love. Qin Keqing's soft body and endless gentleness and charm was something that Song Qingshu couldn't forget. After recognizing the other party's identity, Song Qingshu wasn't in a hurry to show himself. After all, Shui Yi was from the Imperial City Department and had been investigating Shin Bijuan's whereabouts. Perhaps he was here to rescue her. The moment Shui Yi entered the room, there were two muffled groans. It was clear that Shin Bijuan's maid had been knocked unconscious. Sensing a black-clothed person barging in, Shin Bijuan subconsciously cried out, but Shui Yi quickly said, "Young Miss Shin, I'm from the Imperial City Department." Outside the window, Song Qingshu frowned. Shui Yi had actually called her Miss Shin and not Crown Princess. But thinking about it, it was easy to understand. After this incident, even if Shin Bijuan was still pure, the Southern Song imperial family wouldn't allow her to become the crown princess. These 2 days, the university's tutors had come here to play and had to receive them, so the updates were a bit unstable. In addition, the most recent chapter mentioned Shin Bijuan. Last night, on a whim, he wrote a picture about Shin Bijuan and posted it on the public account. Those who were interested could add the public account. Monk Lu Ru and see what the #1 beauty of the martial world looked like. Chapter 1537. Shin Bijuan was pleasantly surprised. Someone from the Imperial City Department? Even though Shui Yiren was a high-ranking member of the Imperial City Department, she was just a young miss raised in her own home. Naturally, she didn't recognize him. "Young Miss Shin, where is the deer-cutting knife you were escorting?" Shui Yiren's gaze quickly swept across the room. Unfortunately, there was no place to hide the knife. Outside the window, Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. This Shui Yiren had really lost all human emotions in order to practice the sword. He ignored such a beautiful woman in front of him in the middle of the night and went to ask where the knife was. Was this any different from Sun Wukong going to eat a peach after capturing the 7 fairies? Hearing his words, Shin Bijuan imperceptibly furrowed her brow. "Have you found the culprit who destroyed the Shin garden?" Shui Yiren's attention had been focused on searching the room for the deer-cutting knife. When he heard her words, he was shocked. "How do you know something happened to the Shin garden?" Not to mention him, even Song Qingshu was shocked. Shin Bijuan was imprisoned here, so how could she know what was happening 1,000 li away? But on second thought, she suddenly realized that the only possibility was that Yelu Isin told her on purpose. No wonder she agreed to pretend to be Xiao Shima's sister and enter the palace. First, the Shin family had been destroyed, and even if she escaped, she would be alone. Second, she could use the power of Liao to avenge her parents by becoming an imperial concubine. You don't need to know how I know. Just tell me who the culprit is. Shin Bijuan was originally a delicate and timid young miss. She had been raised as a young lady from a noble family. Her words were always gentle and calm, but now there was a trace of coldness in her voice. It seemed like hatred really could change a person the fastest. Shui Yiren shook his head. The culprit's methods were very clean, and it was done in the middle of the night. Even though we found a few suspects, we eliminated them one by one. So you haven't found anything? Shin Bijuan said coldly. Young Miss Shin, don't worry. The Imperial City Department has already been mobilized. We will definitely find the culprit, Shui Yiren comforted. Shui Yiren comforted her. He then changed the topic and continued, Miss Shin, where is your deer-cutting knife? Song Qingshu, who was outside the window, could not help but sneer. Shui Yi had indeed become stupid from practicing the sword. He was not good at interacting with people, and his conversation was so stiff. As expected, Shin Bijuan's eyes were filled with wariness. Are you here to save me or to find the deer cutter? Shui Yi stilled, clearly stumped by her question. In the beginning, the imperial court had indeed tried to find this future crown princess at all costs. Unfortunately, the people of the Imperial City Department could not find her no matter how hard they searched. As time dragged on, everyone lost hope of finding her. Moreover, Shin Bijuan was a famous beauty. After being missing for so long, she had probably been raped by bandits. After the Jinkong incident, countless concubines and princesses were kidnapped and raped. It was a thorn in the hearts of the royal family and the government's bottom line. In recent years, there had been a rise in Confucianism to encourage women to keep their chastity. In other words, the public opinion of the entire country was that it was noble for women to sacrifice their lives to protect their chastity. Men did not have the ability to protect their women and instead wanted them to sacrifice their lives to keep their chastity. This was criticized by many in later generations, but it was still the mainstream view in this world. After discovering that Shin Bijuan had been missing for so long, even the most anxious crown prince was not as concerned. Moreover, the Shin family had been destroyed. Without the political support of the other family, she was not a suitable marriage partner. Although the crown prince was young, he was born in the royal family and naturally understood the rules of the game. It was not difficult to make a choice. His only regret was that he could not enjoy the beauty of his fiancée. Shui Yi hesitated here. In fact, all the forces in Lin and did not want Shin Bijuan to appear again. It was just that no one came out to point it out. Shui Yi was a core member of the Shui family and naturally understood all this. However, although he was not good with words, he was not a fool. He knew that telling the truth was not a good idea. He suddenly had an idea and said, according to our latest findings, the case of the Shin family being destroyed is related to the whereabouts of the deer cutter. If Miss Shin can provide us with the whereabouts of the deer cutter, I believe it will help us solve the case as soon as possible. Outside the window, Song Qingshu secretly shook his head. If Shin Bijuan was still the naive and sweet young lady she used to be, she might really believe this. However, during this period of being trapped in a wolf's den, she had no choice but to mature. Song Qingshu had been with her these days and could clearly feel her growth. As he expected, Shin Bijuan shook her head and said, "Come and find me when you find the murderer of the Shin family." Shui Yi was a person who had killed his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Suppressing his temper for this long was already his limit. Hearing her words, he finally could not hold it in any more and said, "Miss Shin, you must know that the only person who can help you now is me. It is very difficult for me if you do not cooperate." He no longer concealed his murderous aura. No matter how much Shin Bijuan had grown, How could she withstand such an aura? She subconsciously took a few steps back. Thanks to the stubbornness in her bones, she did not fall to the ground and said, I will only tell you the whereabouts of the deer cutter after we find the murderer of the Shin family. Looking at her stubbornly raising her head, Song Qingshu somewhat admired her. It seemed that he had misunderstood her before. In the original novel, the woman who could betray her family and marriage for freedom was not a weak person who would submit to adversity. Shui looked deeply at her. Miss Shin probably does not even know where the deer cutter is? A trace of panic flashed through Shin Bijuan's eyes. Even though she quickly concealed it, it could not be hidden from an experienced person like Shui. Miss Shin is a bird in someone's cage. The Mandarin duck blade is most likely in the hands of the person who captured you. Northern Bureau Secret Envoy Yelu Isin? I'll go find him directly, Shui said lightly and turned as if he was about to leave. Song Qingshu was feeling a bit of schadenfreude. In reality, he had always wanted to test Yelu Isin, but he was afraid of alerting the enemy. Adding on that the other was Yelu Nanshin's father, he had to be cautious. It was good that someone had done this for him. Suddenly, his eyes focused because he felt a murderous aura. If it was just Shui Yi's aura before, now he really had murderous intent. Miss Shin, do you know that many people do not wish for you to live in this world? Shui said lightly with his back to Shin Bijuan. Shin Bijuan was first shocked and then gave a self-deprecating laugh. Of course. How could those people in the palace tolerate the existence of a crown princess who has brought shame to the imperial family? Miss Shin's bearing is admirable. I have seen too many heroes of the Jiang who shout so loudly before they die, Shui said emotionally. But Miss Shin, do not worry. In the future, the world will only know that you were unyielding and committed suicide to prove your innocence. The people of Jianshan Academy will even write you into the women's biography. At that time, your name will go down in history and bring glory to the Shin family. Chapter 1538. Outside the window, Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. He was black-bellied enough, but compared to these real politicians, he paled in comparison. These people were black-hearted and didn't care about a person's life at all. Am I going to die? At this moment, Shin Bijuan's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. No matter how calm she was still just a teenage girl. She had always been a flower in a greenhouse, and now that she was suddenly faced with death, she felt a sense of loss and unwillingness. She thought that she would die before she could avenge her parents, and a strong desire to live arose in her heart. Unfortunately, although she didn't know martial arts, she could see that the person in front of her was very skilled. It was not someone she could fight against. Who can save me? She wanted to shout for help, but when she opened her mouth, no sound came out. The intense nervousness made her lose her voice. Just as Shuiren was about to draw his sword, there was suddenly a knock on the door. Miss Shin, Miss Shin? He couldn't help but frown, and the sword in his hand subconsciously stopped. Shin Bijuan could tell that it was Zhao Wei's voice. Although she had always hated him because he was Yelu Isin's confidant, his voice was like the sound of nature at this time. Who is outside? Shuiren asked in a low voice. After all, he was in the Wei Palace, so he didn't dare to be careless. It's Yelu Isin's subordinate. Shin Bijuan had just recovered from the shock, and her voice was trembling. Miss Shin, sir asked me to ask you some questions. Can I come in? The voice outside sounded again. Shuiren frowned. According to his character, he would kill them all with a sword, but he had come with a mission this time. He wondered if this person was here to ask about the whereabouts of the deer-cutting knife, so he lowered his voice and said to Shin Bijuan, "Act according to the situation later. Don't reveal that I am here or else." He didn't finish his sentence, and just held the sword against the back of her waist. Although they were separated by clothes, the coldness from the sword had already caused a layer of goosebumps to appear on Shin Bijuan's skin. After threatening her, Shuiren flashed behind the screen. At this time, Song Qingshu had already opened the door. If he had pushed open the door without permission on any other day, Shen Bijuan would have scolded him. But today she was so excited that she wanted to cry. She wanted to take this opportunity to leave, but a terrifying aura locked onto her. Although she didn't know martial arts, she knew that if she moved, she would be killed on the spot. She had no choice but to continue sitting in the chair in front of the screen. She gave Zhao Wei a look and said, "What do you want?" Seeing that eldest Miss Shen, who usually paid great attention to her bearing, was blinking so much that sparks were almost flying out of her eyes, Song Qingshu secretly laughed and pretended to be at a loss. "Are your eyes cramping? Why do you keep blinking?" Shen Bijuan, who was usually well-mannered, wanted to curse at him. What kind of stupid teammate was this? This person in front of her was the perfect example. She was just about to say something when she felt the killing intent behind her increase. It was clearly a warning. "It's mainly because I forgot what you taught me 2 days ago, so I came to ask you." Song Qingshu knew that he had teased her enough and was worried that things would get out of hand. "It's mainly because I forgot what Miss taught me 2 days ago, so I came to ask Miss again." Song Qingshu knew that he had teased enough and was worried that he would get angry if he continued. But she was smart. When she saw Zhao Wei blink, she quickly realized that he was probably using this as an excuse to save her. However, she was also considered smart. When she saw Zhao Wei blink quietly, she quickly realized that he was probably using this as an excuse to save her. "What did you forget?" Shen Bijuan suppressed the joy in her heart and asked calmly. Song Qingshu smiled and quickly said in the Shaanxi language, "Miss Shen, I have already informed the guards in the residence. We will temporarily stabilize the person behind you." The south was different from the north. The southern language could be separated by a mountain or a river, not to mention that the Shaanxi language was notoriously difficult to understand. Although Xue Yiren was also a southerner, there was a high chance that he wouldn't understand. Sure enough, Xue Yiren didn't move after hearing his words. Obviously, he had made the right bet. Shen Bijuan was stunned at first, then she was pleasantly surprised. She also replied in the Shaanxi language, "How did you know that something happened to me?" At the same time, she realized that she had misunderstood him in the past. He could communicate with her fluently in the Shaanxi language, so it was obvious that her previous difficulties did not affect him. He claimed that he had learned most of the knowledge that she had taught him and was not trying to show off. "I couldn't sleep in the middle of the night and saw him by the window. I was worried that he would harm you, so I secretly followed him." Song Qingshu's answer was reasonable and did not arouse her suspicion at all. "It's all thanks to you today." Shen Bijuan was so touched that she wanted to cry, especially since he had helped her despite what she had done to him previously. She had seen too many evil people these days. Even Xue Yiren, who was supposed to be on her side, wanted to kill her, which made her feel a little hopeless about the world. Suddenly meeting a good person like Zhao Wei made her feel extremely touched. Song Qingshu was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. He grabbed Shen Bijuan's hand and ran out. At the same time, the screen exploded, and a snow-white light lit up the room. Xue Yiren pulled Shen Bijuan away by himself. The sword had already taken their lives. It turned out that although Xue Yiren didn't understand the Shaanxi language, he was not stupid. Seeing that the two of them were communicating quickly, he knew that they were most likely talking about him, so he simply stabbed them with his sword. He would kill Shen Bijuan first to prevent the royal family from being humiliated. He would find Yelu Isin to verify the matter of the deer-cutting knife. As for the man who had come in, he had no interest in understanding him. So what if he killed him? Shen Bijuan blushed when an unfamiliar man suddenly grabbed her hand. The restraint she had developed over 10 years made her extremely angry. Just as she was about to scold him, she suddenly realized something and looked back. She saw Xue Yiren stab out with his sword. The chair she had been sitting on was instantly torn to pieces by the sword energy. If she had been there, it was obvious what would have happened. She had just recovered from the shock and didn't have the time to scold him. Shui Yiren was startled. He clearly hadn't expected the other to react so quickly and pull Shen Bijuan away, causing his sword to miss. However, he wasn't in a hurry, because he wouldn't give the two of them any chance for the next attack. Unfortunately, things didn't go according to his wishes. At this time, a dozen or so guards from the Wei Manor rushed in. It turned out that before Song Qingshu had come in, he had used a 1,000-mile sound transmission technique to notify the guards closest to him. At first, they thought it was an auditory hallucination, but since this was related to Shen Bijuan, they didn't dare to be negligent and still sent some people over. They just happened to see Shui Yiren attack Shen Bijuan. The group of people didn't dare to hesitate. As they shouted, they pulled out their swords and charged forward. Shen Bijuan recognized a few of them as the people who had kidnapped her in Jiangnan. These people's martial arts were very high, and the Shen family's guards could be considered elites. Even with the escort army sent by the government, they were not a match for these people. In just a few rounds, they had been completely slaughtered. Even the servant girl accompanying them had been killed with a single slash. At the time, she had hated these people, but now she had no choice but to rely on them to save her life. She hoped that their martial arts were as high as possible. They should be able to delay the person behind us. Shen Bijuan still hadn't woken up from this absurd feeling when she suddenly saw a snowy light flash in front of her. At this moment, it was as if the moon in the sky had lost its color. She couldn't help but close her eyes. When she opened them again, the dozen or so experts who had been full of life seemed to have suddenly stopped moving. Shen Bijuan was startled, but the next scene caused her body to go weak. A bloody mark had appeared on the necks of those experts, and then blood sprayed out, forming a bloody rain that dyed Shui Yiren's body red. Song Qingshu had never agreed with this kind of violent aesthetic. Killing people was killing people, but why did they have to be covered in blood? If this wasn't a pervert, then what was? Blood-robed man. The guard with the highest martial arts barely had a breath left, but after barely managing to shout out a name, he died. Blood-robed man? Shen Bijuan's hands and feet went cold. Although she was a young miss, Shui Yiren's status in the Southern Song dynasty was extraordinary. It could be said that he was a legend in the army. Even she had heard of his name, and the elders in her family had boasted that he was invincible. In addition, she was close friends with the 7th miss of the Lu clan, Lu Wushuang. She knew that Lu Wushuang used to be a member of the Jianghu. Out of curiosity, she had once asked Lu Wushuang how Shui Yiren compared to the experts of the Jianghu. Lu Wushuang had told her that Shui Yiren would be a peak expert in the Jianghu, and that there would be no more than 5 people who could defeat him. Then Lu Wushuang had proudly boasted that Song Qingshu was one of them. Seeing Lu Wushuang's exultant expression, Shen Bijuan thought that it was just a young girl admiring her lover, and didn't take it to heart. However, Shui Yiren's strength was deeply imprinted in her mind. She hadn't expected that one day she would have to face the blade of this invincible swordsman. I knew that you guys wouldn't be able to stop Shui Yiren, but you shouldn't be this useless, right? While Shen Bijuan was shocked, Song Qingshu was also extremely depressed. He hadn't expected these guards to be able to defeat Shui Yiren, but he thought that they could at least stop him for a while. Using that bit of time, he and Shen Bijuan could escape to another part of the Wei Manor and wait for the Wei Manor's defense forces to come out and deal with Shui Yiren. Who would have thought that Shui Yiren's unity of man and sword would be so powerful? More than a dozen guards with decent skills were instantly killed by him. Now, the defense of the Wei residents had not even reacted yet, and Shui Yiren was going to use his third strike. Was he going to expose his martial arts? Then wouldn't all the effort he had put in to infiltrate this place be for naught? Song Qingshu was in a dilemma when he suddenly had a thought and looked towards the wall at the side. Shui Yiren seemed to have sensed something as well and raised his head to look in the same direction. Under the moonlight, he saw a young man dressed in white standing there like an immortal. The silver mask on his face made him look even more mysterious. Song Qinshu. Shui Yiren frowned and said in a low voice. Chapter 1539. Hearing Shui Yiren's words, Song Qinshu was startled. His first reaction was to wonder if he had been exposed. However, when he saw that Shui Yiren was not looking at him, but at the person standing on the wall, he realized that Shui Yiren had mistaken that person for him. In actuality, Song Qinshu had immediately recognized that this person was Zhao Min disguised as a man. After all, they had been friends for a long time, and they had even studied the zither together. He was extremely familiar with Zhao Min's posture and even her breathing. Even though she was wearing a mask, it could not be hidden from Song Qinshu's eyes. As for why Shui Yiren had mistaken her, it was most likely because he had seen the silver mask on Zhao Min's face. It had to be known that Song Qinshu would sometimes wear a mask to avoid trouble. Even though not many people knew, the Imperial City Department was the intelligence agency of an empire, so it was not strange for them to find out about this. On the other hand, Shin Bijuan was curiously examining the man on the wall. In these past few years, Song Qinshu's name had spread far and wide. Even she, who had been living in seclusion, had heard of his name for a long time. Adding on the fact that Sang Feihong's Five Lakes sect had spread all sorts of stories about him, the noble ladies of Jiangnan would often talk about him during their leisure time. This caused Shin Bijuan, who had never been interested in the matters of Jianghu, to become curious about him. This was especially true for her close friend Lu Wushuang. Every time she mentioned Song Qinshu, she would become excited, describing him as an unparalleled hero. This made her even more interested in this legendary man. Shin Bijuan thought of Song Qinshu's fairy-like stories and immediately felt a sense of anticipation. Noticing Shin Bijuan's expectant gaze, Zhao Min smiled at her, causing her to blush slightly. Song Qinshu couldn't help but sigh. With Zhao Min's rosy lips and white teeth, pretending to be a young master, he was extremely attractive to women. However, Shui Yi was a little unromantic. Instead, there was a kind of fanaticism in his eyes. "I've long heard of your great name. I've wanted to challenge you twice before, but I didn't get what I wanted. As the saying goes, nothing can happen more than 3 times. Today, let's see if your sword qi is stronger or if my treasured sword is sharper." The first time was when he blocked a sedan chair on the streets of Linen, but his younger sister, Shui Baochai, persuaded him to leave. The second time was when he was outside Linen City, and he was struck by Western Xia's Class 1 Hall's sorrowful softening wind. Hence, Shui Yi had always been brooding over the fact that he did not fight against Song Qinshu. Right now, when he saw him again, the anger that he had been suppressing in his heart instantly erupted. A cold glare shone and Shui Yi drew his sword. This sword was as flawless as the white clouds in the clear sky. This attack came from below, and the momentum of the sword was brilliant and swift. It contained a sword qi that could chill even the bones. The sword's edge was so terrifying that it could not be blocked. Zhao Min only saw a sword light fly at a diagonal angle. It was as fast as lightning, like a rainbow cutting through the sky, but the smile on his face didn't change. Shin Bijuan was filled with admiration when she saw this from below. She thought that even though she was so far away, she still felt weak from the momentum of this sword, but Shui Yi did not even frown. As expected of someone who could banish immortals from the legends, Shin Bijuan was filled with admiration, but Zhao Min groaned in her heart. It wasn't that she didn't want to move, but that Shui Yi's sword was too terrifying. The air around her seemed to have frozen. She wanted to move, but she discovered that her acupoints were sealed. The fear in her bones made her unable to move. "Am I going to die like this?" Zhao Min's mind was blank. There was only one thought left in her mind. Song Qinshu, who had been blamed by Shui Yi, also turned pale with fright. He had never seen Shimen Chueshue's sword god's smile or Yi Gucheng's transcendent flying immortal, but he believed that their sword techniques were on par with Shui Yi's sword technique. Of course, he couldn't just watch as Zhao Min died. He waved his hand, and a green sword qi condensed in the air in front of Zhao Min. It blocked Shui Yi's earth-shattering sword. However, it was a sword qi that he had sent from so far away. Although it could block Shui Yi's sword, it couldn't force him back. At this moment, Shui Yiren's shock was no less than his own. He's just standing there, and he hasn't even raised his hand, but he's actually able to condense such a powerful sword qi. His martial arts have already reached such a high level. Although he could sense that the other party's sword qi was slightly weaker than his own, the terrifying thing was that the other party had only casually struck out with his sword. The other party did not even blink or move. This made him feel that the other party was extremely unfathomable. Therefore, he felt a little fearful and did not dare to continue attacking. Whether it was Shui Yi or Shin Bijuan, both of them had focused on what they were doing. That was why there was such a misunderstanding. Now that Zhao Min had escaped death, her back was soaked in cold sweat. She couldn't help but curse Song Qingshu to death. I won't pretend to be someone with the surname Song anymore. He's playing with his life. What kind of enemies does this bastard have to provoke every day? Just as Shui Yi was hesitating, a clamor of shouts came from nearby. It was clear that the guards of the Wei Manor had finally reacted. A large number of experts were rushing over. Although Shui Yi's martial arts were high, it was difficult for him to fight against so many people. With so many guards rushing over, he could only retreat. Next time, I'll choose a time and place where no one will disturb me before I fight King Qi to my heart's content. Shui cupped his hands, and his tone became more respectful. After all, although they didn't fight, the formless sword was enough to make him treat Shui Yi as an opponent of the same level. Zhao Min could only barely maintain a faint smile. After Shui Yi left, she glared at Song Qingshu in annoyance, and prepared to leave as well. However, this flirtatious and angry look of hers would naturally have different meanings in the eyes of different people. Song Qingshu naturally understood the meaning behind it, but because he was standing next to Shin Bijuan thought that the look was directed at her. Zhao Min already had a pair of soul-stirring eyes. Coupled with the lingering power of the previous battle, this look caused Shin Bijuan's heart to beat faster and her mouth to go dry. Seeing that he was about to leave, Shin Bijuan didn't know where she found the courage to step forward and call out to him, "Prince Song." Zhao Min stopped and turned around with a smile that wasn't a smile on her face. "What's the matter, great beauty?" To the side, Song Qingshu was incomparably depressed. Zhao Min was currently using his identity to flirt with girls, which made him feel very strange. Shin Bijuan's face heated up. In the past, if she had encountered such a frivolous and dissolute young master, she would have immediately stormed off. But this time, for some reason, she didn't feel the slightest bit angry. On the contrary, she gracefully bowed and said, "This little woman is the daughter of Imperial Censor Shen Yen. Now that the Shun clan has been exterminated and I have been abducted 1,000 li away, I have nowhere to go. I hope that young master can lend me a hand." Her voice was already extremely pleasant to listen to, and now that she was overcome with sorrow, her voice became even more moving. Any man who heard it would probably soften their heart. Unfortunately, the object of her confession was a woman. Zhao Min indifferently replied, "Why should I help you?" Chapter 1540. Ever since she was a child, Shin Bijuan had always been a proud daughter of heaven. She had a good family background and was beautiful. She was also a famous talented woman in the circle. All kinds of advantages made her very popular among the younger generation. Who knew how many princes had expressed their affection for her? If she nodded, there might even be a prince who would run to the sky and give it to her. She hadn't expected that when she took the initiative to ask for help, she would be directly rejected. However, during this period of time, her pride had almost been destroyed, especially when even the higher-ups from the Imperial City Department wanted to kill her, which shattered her last bit of fantasy. Although she was still alive, what was the difference between her and being dead? The people of Shun Yuan were all dead and the country had abandoned her. A weak girl already had no country and no home. Now that she was rejected by Song Qingshu, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing her usually clear eyes to be filled with a gray and white aura. That's right, why would you help such an unlucky person like me? Shin Bijuan smiled self-mockingly. She had no value at all and was a hot potato. Song Qingshu had just been conferred the title of Prince of Qi by the Southern Song dynasty. Why would he risk the wrath of the world to save an abandoned crown princess like her? At the side, Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh that Zhao Min was truly a troublesome seductress. No matter if it was a man or a woman, she could always make them worry with just a few words. Song Qingshu glanced at her and sent a secret message. Hey, you're making it hard for me to work in the future. Zhao Min's mouth twitched and she muttered in a small voice, Fine, you have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Shin Bijuan stilled. What did young master say? Because they were a bit far away and Zhao Min's voice was soft, she didn't hear clearly. Zhao Min reacted quickly and smiled. Miss Shin, don't worry. It's not that I don't want to help you, but the time is not right. At this time, the guards of the Wei Manor were about to arrive. She didn't dare delay and hurriedly left behind a few words. That's right, just as she was about to jump down the wall, she suddenly turned around and said, I saw that the person beside you was fearless in the face of danger just now and is extremely quick-witted. Miss Shin should get closer to him. With a chuckle, she used her qin gong and disappeared into the night. Song Qingshu was instantly dumbfounded. What was Zhao Min doing? Wasn't she putting him on the fire to roast? He just wanted to keep a low profile and investigate Murong Jingyue, but now that he was involved with Shin Bijuan, how could he keep a low profile? As expected, Shin Bijuan looked at him with a much gentler gaze than before. Thank you so much for today. Song Qingshu grimaced. Anyone else would have helped you, not to mention that the one who saved you was Prince Song. He's the legendary godly person who can summon the wind and summon the rain. I didn't believe it before, but now it seems that he really does live up to his reputation. In any case, he was the one being praised, so he didn't mind praising him a bit more. Prince Song is indeed not an ordinary person. A trace of light appeared in Shin Bijuan's eyes again, but she continued, Young Master Zhao, there is no need to undervalue yourself. If you hadn't helped me just now, Bijuan would have died long ago, so it is natural to thank young master. Song Qingshu felt a chill when he heard this. Don't keep calling me young master. You hated me to death before, but now you keep calling me young master. It sounds strange. Shin Bijuan blushed. I misunderstood young master before, it was Bijuan's fault. I hope young master can forgive me. Don't. Song Qingshu hurriedly waved his hand. I am only a zither master in the estate. If you keep calling me young master and King Wei hears it, I will be in deep trouble. Right now, he only wanted to keep a low profile in King Wei's estate. He didn't want to attract anyone's attention. Otherwise, the chances of him being exposed would increase. Shin Bijuan wasn't stupid. She knew that with his status, it wasn't appropriate to address him like this. Then I'll call you Mr. Zhao in the future. That's fine. Song Qingshu nodded. In this era, people didn't use the term Mr. to refer to their husbands like in the future. It was more of a respectful title for fortune-tellers, feng shui masters, storytellers, and other metaphysical or artistic workers. Now that he was a zither master, it wasn't inappropriate for her to call him Mr. By this time, Yelu Isin had arrived with a large group of people. Seeing the mess in the courtyard, he couldn't help but frown and ask, What happened? Shin Bijuan recounted what had just happened, but to Song Qingshu's surprise, she hid the fact that Zhao Min had come. Instead, she said that Shui Yi's men had been forced to retreat after hearing that the guards of King Wei's estate had arrived. I forgot to remind her just now. Song Qingshu wiped his sweat in relief. If she had mentioned Zhao Min, his whereabouts would have been exposed. At that time, it would be even more difficult to catch Morong Jingyue. The people of the Imperial City Department are really going overboard. Yelu Isin snorted angrily. He immediately ordered his subordinates to inform the Secret Bureau and the City Defense Army to arrest the people of the Imperial City Department. After giving the order, Yelu Isin looked at Song Qingshu strangely. "Hey, why are you here?" Shin Bijuan hurriedly explained for him, saying that it was thanks to him that they had been delayed. Yelu Isin was very happy and waved his pen. "Reward. You will be heavily rewarded." Shin Bijuan was related to a great plan, and nothing could happen to her. Knowing that Zhao Wei had saved her, he was naturally happy. After asking someone to take Zhao Wei away to receive the reward, Yelu Isin said to Shin Bijuan, "Miss Shin, now you should understand that you have been abandoned by the country. Only by cooperating with me and listening to me can you fulfill your wish." When he spoke, he dispersed the people around him, but he didn't expect that Song Qingshu's skills were profound. Although he had already left the courtyard, he could still hear their conversation. No wonder Shin Bijuan agreed to enter the palace as a concubine. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. The Shin family was destroyed. Not only could the identity of the crown princess not help her, but it would also bring her a fatal disaster. Now, the only thing he could rely on was the Liao kingdom. "Yes, I still had a trace of fantasy before, but now I have completely figured it out." Shin Bijuan nodded. Although her voice was weak, it was full of determination. Because there were others around, it was inconvenient for Song Qingshu to stay outside and eavesdrop, so he could only leave with that person. However, he didn't have to worry about what Yelu Isin would do to Shin Bijuan. After all, she was about to be sent to the palace as a concubine. Before entering the palace, she would definitely be checked to see if she was innocent. Yelu Isin was in a high position, so he would know what was important. Early the next morning, Song Qingshu was still sleeping soundly when he was woken up by someone. After asking, he found out that they were going to enter the palace today. He couldn't help but be shocked. So fast. It was said that there were still a few days before. Hearing that person's explanation, he understood that after what had happened last night, Yelu Isin was worried that a long delay would bring trouble, so he had to send them to the palace early. Let's go to the palace. These past few years, he had been in and out of the palace for a long time. Song Qingshu naturally wasn't afraid. After all, Liao was a country founded by the people of the grasslands. Marriage wasn't as complicated as it was in the song. Not long after, a group of people walked toward the palace. Looking at the luxurious flower carriage in the distance, he could faintly see Shin Bijuan's beautiful figure. Song Qingshu couldn't tell what she was feeling right now, but he guessed that it wasn't joy. However, he didn't have any thoughts of saving her. First, the two of them weren't related, and second, Zhao Min was right. This wasn't the right time. But just because he didn't have such thoughts didn't mean others didn't. Suddenly, a black shadow charged out of the ground, heading straight for Shin Bijuan in the flower carriage. Chapter 1541. At first, Song Qingshu thought that Shui Yi had returned because he didn't want to see Shin Bijuan marry into the Liao Imperial Palace and bring shame to the Southern Song Imperial family. However, he quickly recognized the difference between the man's figure and Shui Yi's. Could it be an assassin? Song Qingshu couldn't understand why Shin Bijuan was in so much trouble. He had just dealt with Shui Yi yesterday, and now a new assassin had appeared out of nowhere. However, he didn't move. After yesterday's incident, Yelu Isin was already on guard. Apart from the dowry, like himself, the rest of the guards were the best of the best. As expected, The guards disguised as the procession quickly took out their weapons and moved to block the man. However, the black-clothed man was also quite skilled. A cold light flashed in his hand as he unsheathed his saber. Even Song Qingshu, who was far away, could feel the sharp saber energy. This person's saber technique has already reached the level of a grandmaster. In time, his attainments in saber techniques will not be inferior to Shui Yi's attainments in swordsmanship. Song Qingshu objectively compared the two of them. This black-clothed man was slightly inferior to Shui Yi, but it was mainly in terms of skill and experience. Although this black-clothed man was masked, Song Qingshu could still see that he was still young and had a bright future. Song Qingshu suddenly noticed a strange phenomenon. Although the black-clothed man's saber technique was fierce, and he had defeated more than 10 guards in a few moves, those guards had only temporarily lost the ability to fight. Their lives weren't in danger. The black-clothed man was unstoppable and quickly broke through the guards' defensive circle. Of course, it wasn't because the Wei Manor's guards were useless, but because everything had happened so suddenly that the guards didn't have time to stop him. As long as the guards could recover, no matter how fierce a tiger was, it would be bitten to death by a pack of wolves. Song Qingshu frowned, worried that something might happen to Shin Bijuan. He was just about to secretly stop the black-clothed man, but what happened next caused him to pull back his hand in surprise. After the black-clothed man rushed into the carriage, he grabbed Shin Bijuan's arm. "Bijuan, I'll take you away." Song Qingshu felt like this was a melodramatic play. From the current situation, this black-clothed man wasn't an assassin, but a bride. He felt the black-clothed man's voice was familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. However, he could tell from his words that he knew Shin Bijuan. He would wait and see how she would react. As expected, Shin Bijuan recognized him. However, she pulled back her hand and shook her head. Although her voice was weak, it was filled with determination. "I'm not leaving." "What?" The black-clothed man was stunned. It had to be known that he had made a mental struggle for a long time before he decided to take the risk to come here. Who knew that he would get such an answer in return? "Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, you'll be in danger when the guards arrive," Shin Bijuan urged. If it was half a month ago, she would be very happy to have this chance, but now she knew that Shin Yuan's family had been exterminated and she was being chased by the Song dynasty. Even if she escaped, what could she do? Shin Bijuan urged. If it was half a month ago, she would have been very happy to have such an opportunity. But now, she knew that the Shin family had been exterminated and she was being chased by the Song dynasty. Even if she escaped, what could she do? Although Song Qingshu was far away, he could still hear their conversation. He thought of all the people that Shin Bijuan might know, who would appear here to save her and be skilled with the saber. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. He finally remembered who this black-clothed man was. He was Xiao 11th Lang, who was entangled with Shin Bijuan in the original work. He hadn't thought that in this world, the two of them would have a similar relationship based on fate. Presumably, the time they spent together on the road from Lin to Shangjing had caused Xiao 11th Lang to unknowingly fall in love with this fated woman. Song Qingshu thought that it was no wonder he felt the other person was familiar. He had seen Xiao 11th Lang at Xiao Shima's place and had fought with him. That was why he felt the other's voice was familiar, but he couldn't remember. At this time, Xiao 11th Lang noticed the determination in Shin Bijuan's eyes and knew that she wouldn't go with him. In addition, the nearby guards were gradually surrounding them. He knew that if he stayed any longer, he would die here. Helplessly, he could only look deeply at Shin Bijuan. Then he used his qinggong and disappeared into the distance using the complicated terrain. Song Qingshu secretly complained, wondering why Xiao 11th Lang had to do it in broad daylight if he wanted to snatch the bride, especially on such a heavily guarded day like today. The degree of difficulty was many levels higher. Could it be that the hero complex in his bones was causing him to think that this would move the bride even more? As he silently cursed, this little interlude did not affect the procession. After all, Yelu Isen's subordinates had made all kinds of preparations beforehand, and this kind of disturbance was expected. The rest of the journey was calm. Very quickly, they arrived at the Liao Imperial Palace. Shin Bijuan's flower carriage was led through the palace gates by the servants. A gentle breeze blew past and coincidentally lifted a corner of the curtain, revealing her sorrowful but devastatingly beautiful face. To the side, many palace maids and eunuchs couldn't help but discuss, "This new concubine is as beautiful as a fairy. In the future, she will definitely be doted upon." "I don't think so. The Empress's appearance is not inferior to hers." "That's true." Hearing the whispers of these people, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be curious. What kind of person was this Empress they spoke of? In their hearts, she was on par with Shin Bijuan's appearance? Someone had already come to lead the dowry in another direction. Song Qingshu was not surprised. After thinking about it, he could not go in and out with the emperor's concubine. However, he was not picky about his living environment. It was fine as long as there was a bed. He began to think about how to find possible traces of Murong Jingyue in the imperial palace. Before he knew it, he had already arrived. After being led into the room, Song Qingshu suddenly realized something was wrong. This did not look like a place for people to live in. Feeling the temperature in the air was several degrees higher than outside, and seeing the small shovels in the hands of the eunuchs, and the moaning that came from some of the rooms, Song Qingshu couldn't help but pause. He instinctively raised his head and saw the 3 words on a signboard, "Ceremonial Room." What's going on? Song Qingshu was dazed for a moment. Then someone led them to their own small rooms. "Lie down." An old eunuch glanced at him and said coolly. At the same time, he played with a small shining shovel to sterilize the fire. "What is this place?" Song Qingshu's expression was not good. He had a faint guess in his heart. Of course it is a place to be cleansed. The old eunuch had no intention of paying attention to him. Instead, it was the person who had led him here who explained, "The imperial palace cannot allow men to enter as they please, so you musicians as part of the dowry have to be cleansed." What? Chapter 1542. Before entering the palace, Song Qingshu had imagined a lot of possible scenarios. He had even thought of a plan to expose his identity as soon as he entered, but he had never thought of this. The famous king of golden snakes, who had many confidants, had been sent to the ceremonial office to be castrated? If outsiders knew about this, they would probably laugh their heads off. "Are you kidding me? I'm a musician, not a eunuch." Song Qingshu was speechless. He subconsciously moved back, but unfortunately, he had already been stopped from behind. Ordinary musicians don't need to be castrated, but musicians like you who are going to be a concubine often go in and out of the palace. How can you not be castrated? The person who led him explained. However, the old eunuch in the room was obviously used to it. He snorted impatiently, "Don't dilly-dally, there are people waiting behind you." Just as he finished speaking, a few eunuchs came over and grabbed Song Qingshu's hands, wanting to tie him to the operating table. Song Qingshu's expression changed. Although he wanted to sneak into the imperial palace to investigate Murong Jingyue's whereabouts, even if he had to sacrifice a little, it definitely didn't include sacrificing a man's life. Of course, a few eunuchs could not stop Song Qingshu. He was thinking about sending them flying and then killing his way out of the palace. Suddenly, he had an idea. He could use the soul transfer spell to brainwash these people, making them subconsciously think that he had already done it, so that he could continue his task. Just as he was about to do it, there was a knock on the door. The people in the room stopped and the door opened. A white and fat eunuch stood at the door. Judging by his clothes, he seemed to have a high status in the palace. The old eunuch in the room had a dead face, But when he saw the eunuch, he hurriedly smiled and went out to greet him. The rapid change in his flattering attitude made Song Qingshu feel sick. The two of them whispered a few words, and the old eunuch suddenly looked embarrassed. "I'm afraid this is a little inappropriate. Now the palace is lacking musicians. After being cut by you, he will not be able to get out of bed for at least 2 months. By then, it will be too late." The eunuch saw that he still wanted to say something and impatiently waved his hand. "Don't worry, if there's anything, I'll take responsibility." The old eunuch didn't have anything else to say. He could only allow them to take him away. Song Qingshu followed behind the eunuch, but he was very surprised. His skills were profound, and the conversation between the two people at the door just now could not escape his ears. Although the reason the eunuch gave him seemed reasonable, in reality, it was not tenable at all. It should be known that the Forbidden Palace was very guarded against men. If one was not careful, heads would roll. Although the eunuch's position in the palace was not low, there was no need for him to take such a big risk for someone who was not related to him. Unless Song Qingshu suddenly thought of the movie The Deer and the Cauldron that he had watched in his previous life. Wei Xiaobao was brought into the palace by Hai Dafu when he was about to be castrated. The reason why Hai Dafu did not mind whether he was castrated or not was because he needed to send him to die as cannon fodder. He wouldn't be able to live for more than a few days anyway, so it didn't matter if he was castrated or not. Song Qingshu was shocked. It seemed that this eunuch had ulterior motives. He had an idea and asked tentatively, "How should I address you, eunuch?" "My surname is Gao," the eunuch answered. "Thank you, Eunuch Gao, for today," Song Qingshu said casually. "Please thank Prince Wei on my behalf, Eunuch Gao." The eunuch was stunned. He was obviously a little surprised, but he still nodded. "Prince Wei must have trusted you since he sent you here. Do well, young man." "It really is Yelu Isin." Song Qingshu had expected it to be him. With his cultivation, he could naturally see that the eunuch in front of him was just an ordinary person and not someone like Eunuch Hai. No matter how bold an eunuch was, there was no reason for him to do such a thing. It was most likely that someone had instructed him to do so, and the most suspicious person was Yelu Isin. After all, he had put in a lot of effort to recruit the musician and had even captured Zhao Wei's parents, wife, and children to threaten them. He would not have done anything in vain. Now, it seemed that he wanted him to enter the palace to complete a dangerous task. However, he hadn't received any notification yet, so he didn't know what he wanted him to do for the time being. He was led by Eunuch Gao to a courtyard in the palace. The eunuch said, "You can rest here for the next few days. Someone will bring you food on time. Don't run around if you have nothing to do. After all, normal people can't get out of bed for a month or 2 after being castrated. Don't fall into the eyes of others and be suspected." Song Qingshu was originally worried that his work as a musician would make it difficult for him to move around. Now that he was arranged to live in such a secluded place without anyone to control him, it was exactly what he wanted. After sending off Eunuch Gao, he was thinking about going to the palace to investigate when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Song Qingshu was stunned. Who would be looking for him at this time? After opening the door, he was even more shocked because it was Shen Bijuan standing at the door. "Miss Shen?" Of course, Song Qingshu was a bit surprised. Today was the day she would enter the palace. Although the emperor was in court and couldn't sleep with her, there was no need for her to run around like this. "Mr. Zhao." Shen Bijuan gently called out to him with a strange expression. In the end, she said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao. I only learned not long ago that you were sent to for a young lady of a noble family. That kind of place was very difficult to speak of." However, Song Qingshu understood that she also knew that he had been sent to the household of servants. "I originally wanted to save you, but you know that I can't protect myself right now, and no one will listen to me when I enter the palace, so..." Shin Bijuan's face was full of guilt. After all, the person in front of her had saved her yesterday. Today, he had suffered the greatest humiliation a man could suffer because of her. She didn't know how to comfort him. "Miss, don't take it to heart. This is my destiny." Song Qingshu gave a self-mocking smile and began to comfort her. Of course, this was because he hadn't been truly hurt. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in the mood to pay attention to her. At the same time, he sighed with emotion that Shin Bijuan was a young miss of a boudoir and didn't have much knowledge about physiology. Otherwise, looking at his rosy complexion and the fact that he could still stand here and chat with her, he didn't look like he had been cut by a knife. The two of them chatted a bit more before Shin Bijuan said apologetically, "Mr. Zhao, I secretly found a palace made to send me here. I must go back. I can't harm others." As she spoke, she took off a jade bracelet from her wrist and placed it in Song Qingshu's hand. "I don't have anything I can help you with right now. This jade bracelet is still worth a bit of money. Take it and buy some supplements to nourish your body. In reality, everything in the palace costs money." After speaking, she didn't wait for him to object and hurriedly left. Holding the jade bracelet that was still warm from her body, Song Qingshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl's heart was quite kind. Putting away the jade bracelet, Song Qingshu's attention returned to proper business. He decided to use this opportunity to go to the Emperor's place and investigate. He had a faint feeling that he would be able to obtain some useful information from there. Chapter 1543. From the conversations of some palace maids and eunuchs, Song Qingshu learned that Yelu Hongji had already finished his court meeting and was in the imperial study meeting with the privy emissary of the northern courtyard, Yelu Isin. Song Qingshu thought it would be good to hear what they were talking about, so he hurried in the direction of the imperial study. Although he had never been to the study of Liao, he had been to the palaces of the Qing, Jin, and southern Song dynasties many times. No one knew the layout of the palaces better than he did. He roughly guessed the direction of the study and quickly found the right place. Even though the imperial palace was heavily guarded, Song Qingshu was now wearing the clothes of a palace attendant and had a certain degree of confusion. Coupled with his elusive Qing gong, he would occasionally use the soul-shifting technique to hypnotize the guards blocking his way when he really could not avoid them. Finally, he managed to sneak to the side of the imperial study. Suddenly, there was the sound of a teacup falling to the ground, followed by an angry roar. "I gave him the most elite cavalry of the Gong division, but he still let Yeluqi, Xiaoban, and those traitors run away with their families. Everyone in the world thinks I'm a joke." Song Qingshu knew that the speaker was most likely Yelu Hongji. From his words, he must be very dissatisfied with Xiao Feng. When he was escaping with Yeluqi and the others, he didn't know that Xiao Feng was chasing them. But as he gathered more and more information, he naturally knew who was chasing them. King Xiao has tried his best, but he didn't expect those enemies to be so cunning. Then Yelu Isin's voice came from the room again. Although it seemed like he was comforting him, Song Qingshu knew that when Yelu Hongji was angry, it would not only not comfort him, but also add fuel to the fire. Sure enough, hearing his words, Yelu Hongji roared even louder, "I know Xiao Feng's level on the battlefield better than you. In the past, he was always victorious against strong enemies, but now he can't catch up with the old, weak, women, and children. Do you believe it?" Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. His voice was really loud. Perhaps he was worried that the guards outside would hear and leak the secret, so the guards around the imperial study had all been chased far away. That was why he was able to find the opportunity to eavesdrop here so easily. "Maybe King Xiao has his own difficulties," Yelu Isin said hesitantly. "Difficulties?" Yelu Hongji harumphed coldly. "Isn't it because he thinks Yeluqi and Xiaoban he were wrongly accused? That's why he came to the palace to plead on their behalf, but when he saw the evidence, he didn't dare to say anything. Most likely, he's still unconvinced, That's why he's pretending to agree but secretly opposing. Then, Yelu Isin said, in fact, if you want to know whether King Shao is loyal to the emperor or secretly disobeys, there is a simple way to judge. What method? Not only Yelu Hongji, even Song Qingshu couldn't help but be curious. Yelu Isin said unhurriedly, according to the latest intelligence, Yelu Qi and Shao Ban have fled to Golden Snake Camp. Golden Snake Camp accepting traitors from our country is an extremely serious provocation. Your Majesty can use this reason to order King Shao to lead the army to attack Golden Snake Camp and force them to hand over Yelu Qi and Shao Ban. Song Qingshu was shocked to hear this. He didn't expect to hear news about Golden Snake Camp, and such bad news at that. Although he had expected Liao's revenge when he accepted Yelu Qi and Shao Ban, he and Zhao Min had analyzed at that time that Liao had internal and external troubles. At most, they would quarrel with each other, but most likely it wouldn't escalate to the point of war. What's more, Golden Snake Camp wasn't weak at all. After all, Golden Snake Camp had been recuperating for a long time, allied with the Qing and Song kingdoms, and had no worries. Of course, it was better not to fight. After all, at this stage, accumulating strength was the way to go. Yelu Hongji obviously had the same thought as him. He frowned and said, "We have no conflict with Golden Snake Camp. Moreover, the Qing and Jin kingdoms are watching us covetously. If we start a war with Golden Snake Camp now, I'm afraid," Yelu Isin said with a smile, "Your Majesty is worrying too much. Of course, we won't really start a war with Golden Snake Camp. We are just using this to test King Zhao's reaction. If he directly agrees, it proves that he is still loyal to Your Majesty. But if he tries to make excuses..." He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. King Wei's plan is great. Yelu Hongji was overjoyed, causing Song Qingshu, who was standing outside the room, to grumble incessantly. No wonder Yelu Hongji was known as a fatuous ruler in history. His ability to distinguish between good and bad was unparalleled. Even he could see the flaws in attacking the Golden Snake Battalion. How could Xiao Feng, a dragon among men, not be able to see through them? It would be a miracle if he agreed to attack Golden Snake Camp. While he was complaining, Song Qingshu suddenly felt someone approaching. He hurriedly hid himself. It turned out that an eunuch had come forward to report, "Your Majesty, the king of the southern courtyard is here to see you." "Speak of the devil." Yelu Hongji laughed. "Quickly let him in." At this time, Yelu Isin said, "Your Majesty, it is not convenient for me to stay here. I will take my leave first." Who knew that Yelu Hongji waved his hand indifferently? No need. After a pause, he also felt that it was not appropriate for Yelu Isin to stand here and test Xiao Feng. He waved his hand to let him hide behind the screen. Song Qingshu secretly shook his head. With Xiao Feng's martial arts, how could he not feel that there was an extra person in the room? What was the use of hiding behind the screen? But soon, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. He keenly sensed that Yelu Isin's aura had completely dropped. If he hadn't known in advance that Yelu Isin was hiding behind the screen, even he might have overlooked that there was someone here. Yelu Isin is actually a hidden expert? Song Qingshu was naturally shocked. Moreover, he could see that Yelu Isin's martial arts were not ordinary. At this time, Xiao Feng had already entered the imperial study. He reported to the emperor the details of the pursuit of Yelu Qi, Shao Ban, and the other clansmen. At the same time, he expressed his guilt and self-blame for not completing the mission. If he had heard these words 2 hours earlier, Yelu Hongji would probably still be angry. But now, he had something more important to worry about. After a few words of comfort, he threw out the question that he had prepared for a long time. Hearing that he was going to lead troops to attack Golden Snake Camp, Xiao Feng was so shocked that he instantly jumped out of his chair. "Your Majesty, this must not be done. Golden Snake Camp has previously annexed the Jianghuai region. Now their power has greatly increased. They have more than 100,000 elite soldiers under their command. It is not so easy to defeat them. Moreover, Golden Snake Camp's leader, Song Qingshu, is a godly commander. These years, he has continuously created miracles. Yelu Hongji coldly snorted and directly interrupted. Don't boost the morale of others and belittle your own. No matter how powerful the surnamed Song is, he is only a Jianghu person. Those stories are mostly rumors and cannot be taken seriously. Xiao Feng knew that those who had not seen Song Qingshu would mistakenly think that his abilities were fake. But only those who had seen him personally would know how terrifying he was. But Xiao Feng also knew that he could not make the emperor understand in a few words. He could only change his words. Not long ago, the Southern Song dynasty sent an envoy over and invited us to attack the Jin Kingdom with Golden Snake Camp. The Jin Kingdom is our great Liao's mortal enemy. How can we lose the bigger picture because of a small gain? Outside the window, Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. Brother Xiao is really straightforward. He jumped into the trap that the other party set for him. Although what he said was very reasonable, the other party was already prejudiced. How could he listen to it? Chapter 1544. Yelu Hongji snorted and interrupted Xiao Feng. The Golden Snake Camp knew that they were about to form an alliance with Great Liao, but they still took in that traitor Yelu Qi. Even if the Golden Snake Camp has ulterior motives, now is not a good time to punish them. Wait until we destroy the Jin Kingdom, then we can invite other countries to attack them together. After all, the Golden Snake Camp has been growing in power for the past few years, and all the surrounding countries feel threatened. Xiao Feng was still trying to persuade them. Outside the window, Song Qingshu secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, Xiao Feng was not in power in Liao, or else it would be a big problem. Xiao Feng was really something. He had saved him time and time again, but he still schemed against them. Of course, he also knew that his blame was unreasonable. After all, this was official business. If Xiao Feng did not think for his country, then he would not be Xiao Feng. As the saying goes, everyone has their own master, so there was nothing to criticize. To Song Qingshu's surprise, Yelu Hongji did not refute. Instead, he suddenly nodded and said, "My sworn brother is right. Thank you for your hard work these days." What followed was another joyous and harmonious scene. Outside the window, Song Qingshu was a little dazed. He thought that Yelu Hongji was really moved by him. After Xiao Feng left, Yelu Hongji immediately stopped smiling and said, "Prince Wei, I didn't expect you to be right. Your Majesty is wise." Yelu Isin walked out from behind the screen. He had hidden himself very well, and his aura was also covered perfectly. Xiao Feng did not notice him. Only now did Song Qingshu realize that Yelu Hongji's performance just now was all an act. He couldn't help but lament that he had underestimated the wisdom of the ancient people. Although Yelu Hongji was a famous muddle-headed person in history, he had been an emperor for a long time. He still had the shrewdness and means necessary. I am so angry. I shared the country with him, but he still had evil intentions. Yelu Hongji became angrier as he spoke. He smashed another teacup. Yelu Isin timely said, "Your Majesty, please calm down. It just so happens that Xiao Shima's sister is in the palace today. Your Majesty can go and see her." "Humph, Xiao Shima colluded with Yelu Qi to rebel. I haven't even settled the score with him yet, but he's smart enough to offer his sister to me." Yelu Hongji naturally knew what Xiao Shima was planning. It's rare for the prince consort to mend his ways. Moreover, the prince consort's younger sister is famous for her beauty. When she heard that her brother had committed a crime, she took the initiative to forgive him. If your Majesty wants to punish someone, why don't you vent your anger on that beauty? Yelu Isin's words had a double meaning. Song Qingshu, who was outside the door, was dumbfounded. He thought that these grassland countries were indeed much more open in this regard. How could the officials of the Han dynasty dare to talk about this with the emperor? Sure enough, Yelu Hongji was tempted. I'm going to see what this legendary beauty looks like. If you're lying, I'll punish you and Xiao Shima together. Yelu Isin hurriedly said, How could this subject dare to deceive your majesty? I guarantee your majesty will be satisfied. Outside the door, Song Qingshu frowned, wondering why Yelu Nanshan's father was like this. How did he give birth to such a pure and refined daughter? Soon, Yelu Isin bid farewell to the emperor. Watching him leave, Song Qingshu wanted to take this opportunity to test him, but Yelu Hongji was also heading towards Shen Bijuan's palace. He couldn't help but hesitate, but in the end, he followed Yelu Hongji. If he didn't know Shen Bijuan, it wouldn't have mattered, but the two of them had been together for so long. She had even risked her life to visit him when he was injured. Not to mention, he had promised her father to save Shen Bijuan back in the Shen garden. Song Qingshu took out the jade bracelet from his bosom and sighed. In the end, he still decided to help her first. Meanwhile, Shen Bijuan was feeling uneasy in the palace. She had been in the palace for so long, but she hadn't even seen the emperor's face. She didn't know how she was going to survive in the palace. When she thought about how she was going to avenge the Shen family, she couldn't help but be at a loss. Was her choice really wise? Although she was a young miss who never left her home, she was still a member of an official's family. She knew that Liao was like a sun setting over the western mountains. It was difficult for him to even protect himself. Did she really have the ability to help him get revenge? But there was nothing else she could do. Now that even the southern Song court wanted to kill her, she was destined to be abandoned by her country. The only person she could rely on was Liao. At this time, the voice she had heard that night suddenly appeared in her mind. But as soon as her expectation rose, it was extinguished by her reason. Song Qingshu and I are not related in any way. Why would he take such a great risk to help me? And I heard that he recently became the Prince of Qi in the Song Kingdom. Why would he offend an entire country for a woman like me? In the past, when she was in Shanin, she was still a bit conceited about her appearance, but during this period of time, all her pride was shattered to nothing. It made her realize how worthless things like beauty were in the eyes of those in power. For the sake of power, fame, and so on, they could sacrifice her without hesitation. Just as she was feeling sorrowful, she suddenly heard the rising and falling voices of "Long live the Emperor." She couldn't help but nervously stand up, her heart thumping fiercely. She didn't know how she should face the man who was about to enter. For some reason, she suddenly wanted to retreat. She felt that she had been too hasty in agreeing to Yelu Isin's request to enter the palace. But she also knew that there was no room for regret. Yelu Hongji quickly entered the palace. Shen Bijuan copied the surrounding palace maids and bowed. She was so nervous that she didn't even dare to look at him. She only dared to stare at the pair of feet on the ground. "Raise your head." Seeing Shen Bijuan's beautiful figure, Yelu Hongji was 70% satisfied. He wanted to see her face even more. He was the emperor. There was naturally no need for any tactful methods. He could directly give an order. A sliver of humiliation flashed through Shen Bijuan's heart. It had to be known that she had once been a famed beauty in Shanin City. All the young masters of the aristocracy who wanted to see her had to expend a great deal of effort. But now, she had to raise her head like a piece of merchandise for a man to examine. But she had no other choice. She could only slowly raise her head, revealing a charming face that caused Yelu Hongji's breathing to become a bit heavier. He had heard Xiao Shima and Yelu Isin describe how beautiful she was. In truth, he hadn't paid them much attention. After all, as the emperor, what kind of woman hadn't he seen? Especially since his empress was a devastatingly beautiful woman. He didn't believe that this woman could be more beautiful than his empress. But when Shen Bijuan raised her head, Yelu Hongji immediately realized he was wrong. This woman was more beautiful than any woman he had ever seen, even his most beautiful empress was slightly inferior in appearance. Of course, the empress' natural charm was not something the young girl in front of him could compare to. All in all, the two of them were better at winning than the plums, orchids, bamboos and chrysanthemums. All of you leave. A ball of fire rose in Yelu Hongji's lower abdomen. He waved his hand at the eunuchs and palace maids in the room. Chapter 1545. While Yelu Hongji was sizing her up, Shin Bijuan was also sizing him up. The man in the dragon robe in front of her had a full beard and a majestic expression on his face. However, she was a young miss who grew up in the south. Her sense of beauty had been trained since she was a child to prefer handsome young masters. Even Xiao Shi Lang's bold and uninhibited style was something she liked. However, this bearded man was far beyond what she could bear. Seeing the eunuchs and maids scatter, Shin Bijuan's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Although she had decided to enter the palace, she found that she wasn't prepared. Yelu Hongji sat on the side of the bed and patted it, ordering, "Come here." Shin Bijuan's expression immediately changed. She had imagined countless scenarios with the emperor, but she hadn't expected him to be so direct. It seemed like he was going to pamper her right now. Seeing her stand there in a daze, Yelu Hongji couldn't help glancing at her with a dissatisfied expression. Shin Bijuan opened her mouth, but her throat was dry and she couldn't say anything. She couldn't help feeling regret. She usually thought of herself as intelligent and talented, but at this critical moment, her mind was completely blank. Yelu Hongji had a belly full of anger because of what had happened with Xiao Feng. Seeing her stuttering like this, he became even more displeased. Fortunately, Shin Bijuan's beauty was high enough, otherwise he would have already exploded. Seeing that she wasn't moving, Yelu Hongji assumed it was because of a young girl's shyness. He didn't care too much and directly walked forward, reaching out to grab her. Your Majesty." Shin Bijuan was so flustered that she couldn't speak properly. She wanted to find a reason to avoid this disaster, but her mind was blank and she couldn't think of anything. Yelu Hongji pulled her over to the window and kissed her on the face, causing Shin Bijuan to cry out in shock. She didn't know where she got the strength to push him away, but she hid in a corner like a frightened rabbit. After being rejected again and again, Yelu Hongji's expression couldn't help but darken. "Your family is becoming more and more outrageous. The older brother colluded with Yelu Qi to rebel, and the younger sister disobeyed us. Do you want your family to be exterminated?" Hearing his words, Shin Bijuan finally remembered her goal for entering the palace. If she couldn't win the emperor's favor, how could she get revenge for her parents? But did she really have to give herself to this bear-like man in front of her? While she was distracted, Yelu Hongji took the opportunity to carry her to the bed. He tore off her outer robe. As the emperor of the 9-5 realms, in addition to his anger, he naturally did not have the heart to be gentle with the fairer sex. Feeling a chill, Shin Bijuan's eyes filled with tears. But she was afraid of angering him and causing all of this to fail. She had no choice but to hold back her tears. She had never felt such pain before. Suddenly, Shin Bijuan's body sank as she felt the other party pressing down on her. Shin Bijuan almost fainted from the weight of his body. Has this moment finally come? She closed her eyes in resignation. After a long time, she opened her eyes with some surprise because the thing she imagined did not happen. The emperor pressed down on her body and did not move at all. What's wrong? Do you still enjoy the feeling of being pressed down by a man and can't bear to get up? At this moment, a teasing voice suddenly rang out beside him. Shin Bijuan turned around and saw a man leaning against the bed with a faint smile on his face. The familiar face made her relax a little. Who else could it be other than Zhao Wei? Why are you here? Shin Bijuan's mind was a little confused. If I wasn't here, you would have been he'd by Yelu Hongji. The person who came was naturally Song Qingshu. Although he was following behind Yelu Hongji, it still took some effort to avoid his imperial guards. Fortunately, He arrived in time and did not let Shin Bijuan be taken advantage of. Shin Bijuan's face turned red. Although she had never heard Fei Yuqing's classic jokes, it did not prevent her from understanding the meaning of he. Only then did she notice that Yelu Hongji had fainted. Her face paled in fright. What happened to him? Don't worry, he's not dead. He just fainted. Song Qingshu smiled. Shin Bijuan glared at him, clearly not understanding his nonchalant attitude. Don't you know that this is a crime punishable by the execution of 9 generations of your family? Hurry up and find a chance to slip out of the palace before anyone notices. I'll help you stall for time. Seeing her worried expression, Song Qingshu's lips curled up even more. This little girl was really kind. Even at a time like this, she still knew how to worry about him. You're still smiling? Shin Bijuan was about to go crazy. She felt that the person in front of her really didn't know what was important. He was actually still acting so sloppily. You really don't need to wear clothes? Song Qingshu pointed at her chest and teased. Shin Bijuan looked down and remembered that Yelu Hongji had just torn her jacket. She screamed in fright and turned around, her voice choked with sobs. Close your eyes. Song Qingshu curled his lip. Only a bit of your shoulders and arms are exposed. I can't see anything else. In my hometown, this isn't a big deal. However, Shin Bijuan didn't listen to him at all. She had been raised as a lady since she was young, so she felt that this was a matter of chastity. Seeing her extreme reaction, Song Qingshu knew he couldn't continue to tease her. He could only say, "What are you panicking about? Wasn't I already sent to the service room?" He wasn't lying. He had indeed been sent to the service room, but he hadn't become a eunuch in the end. Shin Bijuan had indeed been misled. At this time, she had already tidied up her clothes. She turned around and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring up your sad matters. It's nothing." Song Qingshu's open-minded attitude made Shin Bijuan admire him. How could he not be open-minded? There was nothing like that. That's right, why did you save me? Shin Bijuan suddenly thought of something. As she asked, she looked worriedly at Yelu Hongji. The emperor had been knocked unconscious. How was she going to resolve this matter? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. I was asked by your father before he died to save you. As he spoke, he took out a keepsake that Imperial Censor Shin had given him. Seeing her father's old keepsake, Shin Bijuan's tears immediately fell. Father, this was a keepsake that her father had promised her in private. Outsiders wouldn't know about it, and it would prevent anyone from stealing or robbing his keepsake to trick her. Miss Shin, my condolences. Seeing the girl in front of him pretend to be strong and only now reveal her weak side, Song Qingshu couldn't help but comfort her. Since you've seen my father, you must know how he died, right? Shin Bijuan cried for a while before raising her head and looking nervously at Song Qingshu. Chapter 1546. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment and then roughly recounted what had happened that night. In the end, he added apologetically, "That person's martial arts were very high and I was in a hurry to save him, so he escaped. If you had not appeared, my father would have suffered even more." Shin Bijuan was very understanding and did not blame him for this. Right, do you know the identity of that person? Song Qingshu shook his head. That person was wearing a mask. It was clear that they were deliberately hiding any features that could reveal their identity. Who is so vicious that they want to destroy our Shin family? Shin Bijuan's fists were clenched and there were faint traces of blood on her lips. Song Qingshu began to analyze. According to your father's last words, they should have come for the Shin family's deer-cutting knife. Deer-cutting knife, it's the deer-cutting knife again. Thinking of how she, the crown princess, had become a prisoner because of this knife, and now the entire Shin family had been killed because of this knife, Shin Bijuan was filled with hatred. How does this broken knife have such a great power? Song Qingshu carefully looked at Shin Bijuan's reaction. Although Shen Yen claimed that he did not know the secret of the deer-cutting knife, it was difficult to guarantee that he did not deliberately say that to guard against him. Now, looking at Shen Bijuan's reaction, it was likely that he really did not know. After you were captured, whose hands did the knife fall into? Song Qingshu knew that as long as he knew who had the deer-cutting knife, then that person would be the one behind the scenes. Shen Bijuan opened her mouth to answer when she suddenly thought of something. She said with some suspicion, "You are not deliberately trying to get a confession from me, are you?" Her experiences in this period of time had made her less trusting of others, especially when Shui Yi's people had asked her the same question before. It naturally made her more vigilant. "You are a zither master, how can you know martial arts? Also, aren't you from outside the borders? How could you appear in Jiangnan's Shen Garden?" The more Shen Bijuan spoke, the more suspicious she became. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said half-truthfully, "I've been investigating your whereabouts because of your father's dying request. Not long ago, by chance, I found out that you were imprisoned in the Wei Palace. It just so happened that they were recruiting a musician, so I disguised myself as a musician and snuck into the palace. Those identities are all for the Wei Palace's inspection." "So that's how it is." Shen Bijuan slowly nodded. But she still didn't dispel the misgivings in her heart. "You aren't related to my Shen family at all. Why did you spend so much effort to save me? I don't believe that there is such a good person in this world who doesn't ask for anything in return." Everything that had happened in this period of time had allowed her to see the ugliness of the human heart. Song Qingshu didn't know how to explain. He could only say jokingly, "Maybe Miss Shen is too beautiful. You know, men can't resist the attraction of beautiful women." Shen Bijuan had been in the middle of aggressively questioning him, but when she heard his reply, she couldn't help but be startled. Her snow-white skin instantly blushed. "Pei, you're still not obedient after being castrated." Song Qingshu held his breath. This little girl was becoming less and less like a lady from a noble family. At this time, Shen Bijuan also realized that something was wrong. She said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." What else could Song Qingshu say? He could only wave his hand and say, "Forget it. A great person doesn't remember a small person's wrongdoings." Shen Bijuan couldn't help but be speechless. Seeing that he had started to rummage through Yelu Hongji, she couldn't help but be shocked. "What if you wake him up?" Her attention had been diverted by the news of Shen Yuan. Now that she had returned to her senses, she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. They were now in the palace. When Yelu Hongji woke up, she and Zhao Wei would be unable to escape. "That's to wake him up." Song Qingshu smiled at her and then released Yelu Hongji's sleeping acupuncture point. Yelu Hongji opened his eyes in a daze. Before he could figure out what was going on, he was attracted by a pair of incomparably dark eyes in front of him. There was a voice in the dark telling him, "You dote on the new concubine who entered the palace. She makes you very satisfied. You will be pleased and bestow her the title of concubine Hui." Seeing Yelu Hongji open his eyes, Shen Bijuan was so scared that her hair stood on end. But what surprised her was that Yelu Hongji didn't fly into a rage. Instead, he just sat there with a blank expression. Listening to Song Qingshu's words, Shen Bijuan was confused. Just as she was feeling strange, she saw Yelu Hongji nod his head and repeat what he just said mechanically. Then, he fell asleep again. What exactly is going on? Shen Bijuan was completely confused and couldn't help but ask. Song Qingshu casually replied, "It's just a little bit of Jianghu magic. It can make him forget what just happened, so you don't have to worry about him punishing you when he wakes up." "That's amazing." Shen Bijuan opened her mouth. She still hadn't recovered from the shock. After dealing with Yelu Hongji's matter, Song Qingshu asked again, "Now you should tell me who has the deer-cutting knife, right?" Thinking that the other had her father's keepsake, Shen Bijuan didn't hide it anymore. "When the convoy was attacked by Xiao 11 Lang and his men, I was kidnapped by him all the way to Shangjing. Song Qingshu suddenly had a strange expression. He was also the one who came to steal the wedding today. I can see that he treats you pretty well. He did treat me politely along the way. Shen Bijuan sighed faintly. But if he hadn't captured me, I wouldn't have become a prisoner. He's just a knife in someone else's hand. He didn't have a choice. Song Qingshu naturally didn't want to slander others. In some ways, Xiao 11 Lang was pretty good. That's right. Even though he's the deputy inspector of the Imperial Palace, he was saved by the Prince of Wei, Yelu Isin, when he was young, so he secretly listens to Yelu Isin. Shen Bijuan was a famous, talented woman. After a period of interaction, she had figured out the relationship between Xiao 11 Lang and Yelu Isin. He doesn't hide anything from you. Song Qingshu laughed softly, but his heart grew heavy. It really was Yelu Isin. He had guessed it before, but he wasn't sure. Now that he was about to become enemies with Yelu Nanshin's father, he was still very conflicted. I don't know how Murong Jingyue influenced him. Song Qingshu naturally knew that there was another cunning fox hiding behind the other. Didn't you say that beautiful women always have an advantage in this area? Shen Bijuan's smile was full of self-mockery. It was clear that beauty didn't bring her happiness, but more misfortune. The darkest time is over. Everything will change for the better, trust me, Song Qingshu said in a low voice. Shen Bijuan smiled, clearly taking it as a comforting remark, and didn't take it seriously. Sleep for a while. You probably didn't sleep at all last night. Sensing the tiredness in her eyes, Song Qingshu comforted her. Shen Bijuan glanced at Yelu Hongji and smiled bitterly. How can I sleep in a situation like this? I will protect you from the side. Don't worry and sleep. Song Qingshu picked up Yelu Hongji and threw him behind the screen so he wouldn't scare Shen Bijuan. But Shen Bijuan still didn't move. Instead, she looked at him as if she wanted to say something. Song Qingshu finally reacted and couldn't help but laugh. Did you forget that I just came out of the greeting chamber? It wasn't that he had a fetish for pretending to be a eunuch, but that he would be visiting Shen Bijuan's place often in the future. With this identity as a cover, it would avoid a lot of awkwardness. I'm sorry, only then did Shen Bijuan react. Thinking about how her father had asked him to save her, and he had actually sacrificed so much, she was filled with guilt. She thought that if she showed any disdain for him, wouldn't that hurt him too much? With this thought, she couldn't chase him out. She reached out to unbutton her clothes and planned to go to bed. Chapter 1547. Seeing Shen Bijuan undress in front of him, Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. Even though he had purposely misled the other in order to make it easier for them to interact later, it was too careless of her to take off her clothes in front of him. However, it was not convenient for him to say it now. After all, if she knew the truth, it would be troublesome if she became angry. However, he didn't want to take advantage of her and turned around without a trace. A woman's thoughts were more delicate. Even though his movement was light, Shen Bijuan still noticed it. She hadn't expected him to be such a gentleman. Her heart warmed and her gaze softened. However, when she thought about how he had been sent to the greeting room, she felt uncomfortable. Last night, thinking about entering the palace, Shen Bijuan was restless and couldn't sleep. Today, she experienced the kidnapping of the bride and the fright from Yelu Hongji. Now that she could finally relax, Shen Bijuan felt sleepy and quickly fell asleep. She didn't know how long she slept when she suddenly felt someone push her on the bed. Shen Bijuan woke up in fright and tightly covered her chest with the blanket. Seeing her like a frightened rabbit, Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. I just wanted to remind you that Yelu Hongji is about to wake up. You should prepare ahead of time. So it's you. Shen Bijuan gradually came back to herself and showed a trace of embarrassment. She suddenly noticed the light outside and said in surprise, I slept all night? Song Qingshu also had a depressed expression. I didn't expect you to sleep for so long. I wanted you to rest for a while and I would rest. However, seeing you sleeping so soundly, I didn't have the heart to wake you up. Shin Bijuan blushed at the thought of a well-bred girl who didn't care about her manners and slept like a dead pig. Thank you, last night was the best sleep she had ever had. Ever since she was kidnapped, she was always worried about being humiliated, so even the slightest movement would wake her up. It had been a long time since she had experienced the feeling of being able to sleep all the way until the sun rose. In a bit, just pretend that the Emperor favored you last night. Song Qingshu began to instruct. But I'm worried that if I don't act properly, he'll find out, said Shin Bijuan timidly. Song Qingshu comforted her. Don't worry, he's been enchanted by my illusions, he won't find any flaws. However, the eunuchs in the palace are a bit troublesome. He had been in the imperial palace for a long time and naturally knew that there were specialized people who recorded the emperor's daily life, especially the emperor's favored concubines. There were incomparably detailed records. This was because the emperor was worried that the bloodline of the imperial family was impure and that the heirs of others would steal the throne. The others are fine, but we still need to find a piece of white silk with a red stain. Song Qingshu pointed out the biggest flaw. Ah! Shin Bijuan was dumbfounded. Although there was a lack of knowledge in this era, women still knew about this. Her face immediately turned red and she stammered, How? How can I? Seeing her nervous expression, Song Qingshu could not help but sigh that the imagination of the people in this world was really poor. If it was in the future, anyone who had watched TV would know that a little bit of blood would be enough to solve the problem. It's not like I'm telling you to actually make a red stain. Song Qingshu could only teach the ignorant young women of this world about hygiene. Just bite your finger and sprinkle some on the bed. You're using mine. Shin Bijuan still hadn't come back to her senses. At the same time, she greatly admired the other's strange thinking. He had so easily thought of a solution. Are you going to use mine? Song Qingshu rolled his eyes. Although he had tender feelings for the fairer sex, that didn't mean he would help the other without any principles. All right. Shin Bijuan felt a bit wronged at his retort, but she still reached out a trembling finger. Song Qingshu sighed with emotion when he saw that she wanted to say it several times but couldn't. You're indeed a rich young lady. After saying that, he pulled her hand and used his sword energy to make a cut on her finger. Ah! Shin Bijuan let out a cry, but she realized something and quickly closed her mouth. Tears were about to come out of her eyes. Squeezing out a few drops of blood from her finger on the bed, Song Qingshu nodded. That's about it. Shin Bijuan pulled her hand back and gently sucked on her finger. She said timidly, You're hurting me. Being stared at by a beautiful young woman with watery eyes and hearing her speak in such a tone, even with Song Qingshu's strong will, his heart couldn't help but waver. Your Majesty, it's time to prepare for court. A eunuch's voice came from outside the door. Song Qingshu didn't dare tarry. He quickly gave Shin Bijuan a few instructions and then undid Yelu Hongji's sleeping acupuncture point. He took the chance to hide behind the screen to make sure nothing would go wrong. Shin Bijuan came from a family of officials. Although she was a bit nervous and shaky at the start, she adjusted herself better and better. She managed to deal with the situation without any danger. As expected, Yelu Hongji didn't find anything wrong. Because his soul had been moved, he thought that he had pampered the other last night. His desire to conquer had been satisfied and his mood improved. He made her a consort and gave her a large pile of things. Only then did he go to court, satisfied. Since it was almost daybreak, Song Qingshu naturally couldn't stay in Shin Bijuan's palace any longer. After all, the palace maids and housemaids would come in soon. So after saying goodbye to her, he returned to his own courtyard. Just as he returned to his room, there was a knock on the door. Song Qingshu stilled. He opened the door and saw Eunuch Gao, the one who had saved him in the greeting room, standing at the door. The two of them casually exchanged a few nonsensical words before eunuch Gao finally revealed his intentions. In a few days, the Empress will hold a court music festival. I will think of a way to get you in. However, how to attract the Empress' attention and how to stand out will depend on your abilities. Empress? Song Qingshu couldn't help but be startled. You don't know your mission? Eunuch Gao asked suspiciously. Song Qingshu's heart shook and he quickly nodded. I know. It's just that when I entered the palace yesterday, I heard the eunuchs say that the Empress is a celestial beauty. I was a bit curious. Eunuch Gao smiled and said, That's right. The Empress has always been the most beautiful. The 3 palaces and 6 courtyards dote on her. But now that Consort Hui has entered the palace, I think the 2 empresses will be equal in the future. After chatting for a while, Eunuch Gao warned him before he left. Think about how to stand out. Otherwise, when King Wei blames you, no one can save you. Song Qingshu agreed while secretly having a headache. He didn't know what kind of mission King Wei had assigned to the real Zhao Wei. Now that things had come to this, he could only take one step at a time. At the same time, he couldn't help but be extremely curious about the beautiful Empress. Chapter 1548. Song Qingshu was curious about the Empress. It was not only because he had heard the eunuchs and serving girls talk about her when he entered the palace yesterday, describing how beautiful she was. More importantly, it was because he had been investigating Murong Jingyue's whereabouts and suspected that he was hiding in the palace. So when he rescued Xiao Zhonghui, he had asked her about it. After all, she had been in the palace for so many years and could easily find abnormalities. In the end, after rescuing her and Yuan Qingji, Xiao Zhonghui told him that she had always felt that there was one person in the palace who was very suspicious. That was the Empress, the head of the harem. Once she entered the palace, she was doted on by thousands. The harem had never been a good place. Many concubines had secretly schemed against her, but every time she had survived the crisis safely. What was even more exaggerated was that the concubines who had schemed against her would soon receive their retribution, and each of them had a tragic end. As a result, there were all kinds of strange rumors in the harem. Because the Empress was called Xiao Guanyin, everyone said that she was the reincarnation of Goddess Guanyin, and no one dared to go against her. Xiao Guanyin. Song Qingshu was secretly surprised. This Empress of Liao was very famous in history. It seemed that she had been involved in a case of adultery with a palace servant. Although the mainstream view was that she had been wrongly accused, there were also people who believed that the adultery was not groundless. I wonder who has this luck with women. Song Qingshu thought nosily. According to the descriptions of the people in the palace, this Empress was skilled in music and was extremely beautiful. She could be said to be the best among women. If one could become her guest, even if that person was sentenced to death, his life would not be in vain. With all these messy thoughts in his mind, Song Qingshu fell asleep on the bed. After all, he had not slept for a night and was somewhat tired. Although with his current cultivation, it would not matter if he did not sleep for a day or two, sleep was better than no sleep at all. As for sleeping in the palace during the day, it was not a problem. In any case, he had just been cleansed from the room of worship and should be resting, so no one would disturb him. After sleeping for most of the day, Song Qingshu decided to take a stroll around the palace after waking up. He wanted to see if he could get any information about the Empress so that he could prepare for the upcoming mysterious mission. In the end, he didn't get any information on the Empress, but heard another even more shocking news. Because consort Wen Xiao Zhonghui was suspected of having an affair with a man in her bedroom, the inspector of the imperial palace was removed from his post and investigated due to his lack of supervision. Originally, it would have been fine if the inspector of the front palace was dismissed, but this person was someone that Song Qingshu knew. He was Xiao Feng's father, Xiao Yuanshan. When Xiao Yuanshan was young, He was the chief instructor of the Shan army under the Empress Dowager. His martial arts skills were well known in Liao. Unfortunately, he was attacked outside the Yanmen Pass and disappeared for 30 years. Not long ago, he returned to the country with Xiao Feng. When Yelu Hongji learned of his identity, he was very pleased and immediately appointed him as the chief inspector of the palace and put him in charge of the imperial palace's security. Consort 1 has been in the palace for 2 years, and Lord Xiao has only been in office for a few months. Why would he put him in charge? Obviously, the people in the palace were also shocked by this. A pair of young eunuchs who were passing by whispered to each other, "Do you want to die? How dare you try to figure out the emperor's intentions in private? In this palace, the more you talk, the more mistakes you make. The less you know, the better." An older eunuch next to him hurriedly lectured him. "Yes, yes, yes." The young eunuch hurriedly nodded. Although the two's voices were soft, they couldn't escape Song Qingshu's ears. Watching them gradually disappear into the distance, he couldn't help but secretly sigh. In this world where human lives were like grass, these small characters could only do their best to protect their lives. The young eunuchs had their doubts because of their limited vision, but it was not difficult for Song Qingshu, who had enough information, to understand the meaning behind this. Looks like Yelu Hongji is going to make a move on Xiao Feng. Yesterday, Song Qingshu was almost fooled by the scene of the emperor and his official enjoying themselves. It could only be said that these politicians were all natural actors. Following that, Song Qingshu secretly left the palace and told Zhao Min and Icy Snow about the progress in the palace. After all, the two girls were still worried about him. After listening to his story, Zhao Min obviously came to the same conclusion. Xiao Feng is finished. Song Qingshu only guessed that Yelu Hongji was going to make a move on Xiao Feng, but he wasn't sure how long it would take. Zhao Min was born in the royal family, so she couldn't be more clear about this drama. Let's wait and see. Yelu Hongji will make a move on Xiao Feng at the earliest tonight, or at the latest tomorrow, Zhao Min said directly. So fast. Song Qingshu was extremely shocked. This speed was far beyond his expectations. This is what it means to cut a tangled knot with a sharp knife. Zhao Min chuckled lightly. If even you think it's impossible, then Xiao Feng definitely won't think of it. On the contrary, the longer it drags on, the more Xiao Feng will be prepared. It won't be so easy for Yelu Hongji to make a move. If my guess is correct, Yelu Hongji will use Xiao Yuanshan's dismissal as an excuse to summon Xiao Feng to the palace as a form of consolation. Once he enters the palace, it will be much easier to deal with him. Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. After a long time he sighed. I didn't know what it meant to destroy one's own Great Wall, but this time, I'm seeing it with my own eyes. You look hesitant. Are you planning to secretly inform Xiao Feng? Zhao Min suddenly asked. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, but in the end he still said, "After all, he and I have known each other for a while, and I really admire his character. If I knew he was in danger and did nothing, it would be difficult for me to bear with my conscience." However, Zhao Min said seriously, "If you were just a Jianghu hero, then I would naturally agree with you saving him ahead of time. But now that your ambition is to conquer the world, how can you let your emotions affect your decisions? If you save Xiao Feng now, will it benefit your cause? On the contrary, when Yelu Hongji destroys his own Great Wall, Liao will not be able to recover. At that time, it will be easy for Golden Snake Camp to take over Liao's territory. Otherwise, are you prepared to face the brave and invincible Xiao Feng on the battlefield?" The reason why Song Qingshu hesitated was because he could see everything clearly with his reason. But reason was one thing, and emotion was another. Don't forget the purpose of coming this time. It is to stop Liao from going south and the Song Kingdom to attack the Jin Kingdom. Zhao Min sneered. At the side, Icy Snow finally said, "Princess, you don't have to blame him too much. In fact, I also don't want to see him become a cold-blooded person who only cares about benefits and not friendship. Xiaomin rolled her eyes and said, Sister, you spoil him too much. You always think for his sake. Song Qingshu laughed mischievously and said, When a woman is 3 years older, she will hug a golden brick. A gentle big sister is the best. Fine, fine, fine. I'm the bad guy. Zhao Min pouted, obviously starting to sulk. Song Qingshu hurriedly flattered her, Princess, your wisdom is unparalleled. You can be said to be the Zhuge Liang among women. You definitely have a way to satisfy both loyalty and righteousness. Zhao Min's expression became better. She snorted and said, It is not that there is no way to fulfill the interests of Golden Snake Camp and fulfill your brotherhood. Chapter 1549. Song Qingshu's eyes lit up and he hurriedly leaned over. I hope you can forgive me. Zhao Min rolled her eyes and said, You can first sit and watch Yelu Hongji make his move, and then rescue him from the prison. Isn't that good? Not only will this help the Brotherhood, but you may also be able to subdue a powerful general. Isn't it killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Song Qingshu hesitated. But what if Yelu Hongji doesn't just imprison him, but kill him? Zhao Min shook her head. Based on my understanding of Yelu Hongji's character, he won't choose to kill Xiao Feng. First, Xiao Feng is his sworn brother and also the king of the southern courtyard of Liao. These years, he is the god of war in the hearts of the Khitans. Killing him would cause too much noise. Second, with his personality, he will most likely lead his army to the Golden Snake Camp and force you to hand over Yelu Qi and Xiao Banhe. Of course, if he wins, it's fine. But if he is defeated by you, he will fly into a rage out of humiliation and Xiao Feng may really die. The way of thinking of these people in power is really traceable. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. During the period of the 3 kingdoms, Tianfeng also persuaded Yuan Shao not to be imprisoned for the southern expedition. Then, Yuan Shao suffered a crushing defeat at the Battle of Guandu. The jailer excitedly told him that he could be released. Tianfeng lamented that if Yuan Shao won the Battle of Guandu and was in a good mood, he would really be released. Now that Yuan Shao was defeated, he would really be dead. What happened later was just as he expected. Listening to the princess' words is better than reading for 10 years. Song Qingshu bowed. His mood suddenly became cheerful. Zhao Min smiled slightly. You are just too concerned. Speaking of which, how are you getting along with the eldest miss of the Shin family? Why do you sound so weird? Song Qingshu hesitated and didn't tell them about how he saved her from Yelu Hongji last night. After all, he didn't want to arouse the jealousy of the 2 girls. In order to divert their attention, he hurriedly mentioned the mission about the Empress. After listening to his description, Zhao Min fell into deep thought. No wonder Yelu Isin wanted a musician to go in. It was to get close to the Empress. She suddenly thought of something and looked at him suspiciously. The people in the palace let a man like you into the palace? No reaction at all? Of course I did. Song Qingshu gloomily recounted his visit to the worship room, making Zhao Min burst into laughter. Even Icy Snow couldn't help but smile. After laughing enough, Zhao Min continued, Since Yelu Isin wanted to make sure you went in as a man and let you get close to the Empress, he obviously wanted you to hook up with the Empress. Song Qingshu frowned. As the master of the harem, the Empress has a high status. Why would she take a fancy to a mere musician? Why is Yelu Isin so confident that Zhao Wei can complete the mission? Zhao Min spread her hands. I am also very curious, but you need to investigate this yourself. Looks like it's time to go to the Empress. Song Qingshu nodded. Xiao Zhonghui also said that if there was a suspicious person in the palace, it would be the Empress. If he wanted to find out what secret she had, he had to see the Empress personally. By the way, I heard that the Empress is a peerless beauty. When the time comes, our first young master Song won't fall into her honey trap and forget about his duties, will he? Zhao Min suddenly moved her face closer and said in an incomparably mocking tone. Smelling the elegant fragrance coming from her body, Song Qingshu's heart couldn't help but sway. No matter how beautiful that empress is, can she be more beautiful than the princess and sister Icy Snow? I can even control myself in front of you. How can I fall for her beauty trap? Icy Snow blushed. Don't drag me into your flirting. I don't dare to compare my looks to the princess's younger sister. Zhao Min immediately blushed and said angrily, Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Whoever says that you are not as beautiful as me must be blind. Looking at the two women quarreling, Song Qingshu didn't think that the harmony between them was fake. For Icy Snow, she was using the identity of Lady Who and would definitely not reveal their relationship in this life. For Zhao Min, there would be no conflict of interest between her and Icy Snow at all. Instead, because of their ambiguous relationship, she and Icy Snow were in the same boat. It's better than the harem being in a mess. Song Qingshu wiped his cold sweat. Because the situation in the palace was changing rapidly, he didn't dare to go out for long. After bidding farewell to the two women, he returned to the palace. However, as soon as he returned to the palace, a palace maid happened to be standing at his door. Seeing him return, she immediately said with dissatisfaction, Where have you been? Song Qingshu was taken aback. Sister is looking for me? Although Zhao Wei was older than the other party, he could tell that the other party was an elder in the palace at a glance. As the saying went, it was easy to meet the king of hell, but difficult to deal with the little devil. Calling her sister would avoid some unnecessary trouble. Who else can I look for if not you? The palace maid snorted angrily. Zhao Wei, Her Majesty the Empress invites you over. Empress? Song Qingshu was really taken aback. He was just worrying about how to stand out in the next palace banquet to attract the Empress' attention. Who knew that she would come looking for him? Hurry up. We have been delayed for a long time. There was dissatisfaction in the palace maid's tone. She turned and led the way in front. Song Qingshu had no choice but to follow. At the same time, he secretly thought, why would the Empress look for me? Logically speaking, Zhao Wei and the Empress don't know each other. Why would the high and mighty Empress summon a zither player who just entered the palace? How do I address you, sister? In order to probe for information, Song Qingshu could only start with this palace maid. My surname is Shan, the palace maid replied coldly. Hello, Sister Shan. Why is Her Majesty suddenly looking for me? As he spoke, Song Qingshu took out a piece of gold jewelry and handed it over. Palace maid Shan took the jewelry, and her expression became better. Her Majesty is an immortal-like person. How can we, as servants, speculate about her intentions? However, you do not have to be perturbed. It should be a good thing that Her Majesty is looking for you today. Good thing? Song Qingshu's expression was strange. He thought, if the real Zhao Wei was here, he would probably pee his pants in fear. He had just entered the palace and was summoned by the Empress. Who knew if he would accidentally lose his head? However, Song Qingshu was skilled and bold. Seeing that he could not get any useful information, he calmly walked towards the bedchambers of the palace. Along the way, palace maid Shan led him to remote places with few people. Song Qingshu couldn't help but become suspicious. Could it be that the Empress' invitation is just a pretense, and someone wants to harm me? But his worry did not last long. His vision suddenly brightened. A grand palace stood in front of him. With his familiarity with the palace, he quickly recognized that a palace of this scale could only be used by the Empress. What puzzled him was that they did not come to the main door of the bedchambers, but walked in from a side door. How sneaky. One look and I can tell he's up to no good. Song Qingshu also became vigilant. He did not know if it was because Palace Maid Shan led them to a remote place or for some other reason, but they did not encounter any other palace maids along the way. Even Song Qingshu felt his hair stand on end. He felt as if he had fallen into a huge trap. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a sweet fragrance that smelled like orchid and musk. It turned out that the two of them had entered a side hall. "Her Majesty, I have brought Zhao Wei." Palace Maid Shan knelt down and bowed. "Got it. You can leave now." A sweet and charming voice rang out softly. He did not know if he had caught a cold or something these 2 days, but he had a slight fever and felt dizzy. So he did not update yesterday. He was very sorry. Chapter 1550. The meaning of the words was very normal, but the voice made one's heart beat faster and face flush. It really could be called seductive to the bone. Song Qingshu was secretly amazed. Could it be that this empress knew the art of seduction? No wonder she was favored by 3,000 people. At the same time, what made him feel strange was that this voice sounded somewhat familiar, but after thinking about it carefully, he could not remember whose voice it was. He looked up curiously and saw a woman with a beautiful figure lying on her side on a chair behind layers of gauze curtains. The exaggerated and graceful line between her waist and buttocks was enough to make any man go crazy. "It's a pity I can't see her face." Song Qingshu was filled with regret. Although his cultivation was profound, he did not know how to see through things. If there was only a thin layer of gauze, he might be able to see clearly, but these layers of curtains were enough to block his vision. "I heard you are a new musician in the palace?" After palace attendant Shan left, the empress spoke again. Song Qingshu's heart jumped when he heard this. This voice was too seductive. She didn't seem like a motherly empress, but a courtesan of the Qinhuai River. "Your Highness, I just entered the palace 2 days ago." Song Qingshu's heart suddenly shook. He was used to seeing great beauties. Why was he so aroused without even seeing the other person? His nose wrinkled. Smelling the sweetness in the air, he couldn't help but think. When he had entered the room, he had felt that the fragrance in the air was too sweet. Now that he thought about it carefully, he feared that there was a certain aphrodisiac in the fragrance. While his cultivation was high and he was almost immune to all poisons, this aphrodisiac was not poison. It only aroused some thoughts in people's hearts. So even he couldn't help but fall for it. This empress is becoming more and more mysterious. Song Qingshu's curiosity about her grew. "Ben Gong heard that you are good at the guqin. Then play a song here." The empress' lazy but flirtatious voice came again from behind the gauze curtains. Song Qingshu's thoughts raced. From the empress's words, someone must have secretly recommended him to her. This person clearly didn't have good intentions. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be Yelu Isen's people. It seemed that they really planned to let Zhao Wei hook up with the empress. Where did they get their confidence from? Although Song Qingshu boasted of his charm, he was not so arrogant as to think that he could conquer the empress, who was the mother of the world, with his ordinary identity as a zither player. Moreover, he would not really do such a thing for Yelu Isen. But now was not the time for a showdown. He still had to deal with what needed to be dealt with. Now that the empress asked him to play the guqin, he could not just turn around and leave. Song Qingshu took a look and found that a zither had been prepared next to him. He sat down and began to think about what to play for her. However, he had learned it in the crash course, so it was really difficult for him to be as skillful as a real master. Thus, he could only play the song that he was most familiar with. After playing, Song Qingshu blushed a little. He felt that he didn't play very well this time. At most, he could only be considered average. The empress was probably going to be disappointed. That was fine, but the main problem was how to explain it to Yelu Isen. Unexpectedly, the empress did not show any disappointment. Instead, she asked, "I heard you are from Jiangnan?" Song Qingshu was surprised. The Empress clearly didn't really care about things like Guqin skills. No wonder Yelu Isin had asked Shin Bijuan to teach him the customs of the South. It seemed that he had prepared it to deal with the Empress. I am indeed from Jiangnan. Song Qingshu was also curious. Why was she, the Empress of Liao, so interested in the news of Jiangnan? What major events have happened in Jiangnan recently? Tell me. The Empress moved her body, clearly adjusting her posture. Song Qingshu was surprised. He didn't expect that she wouldn't ask him about the customs of the South. It seemed that all of Yelu Isen's previous preparations had been in vain. However, this wasn't a problem for him because he had left Jiangnan not long ago. In the end, Wu Tianda of the Deshun Wu clan defeated Murong Fu of Gusu's Murong clan and obtained the position. Another major event was the crown princess of the southern Song dynasty, the eldest young lady of the Shin clan. She was kidnapped and her whereabouts are unknown. In addition, the Shin clan of Shanin was exterminated in one night. Song Qingshu thought about the major events that had happened not long ago and picked out the most dramatic event. He thought that the Empress, who was deep in the palace, would be curious about these events. Of course, he instinctively skipped over his own matters. Who knew that after he finished speaking, the Empress would not comment. After a long time, she finally opened her mouth and said, "I heard that some time ago, the Golden Snake King Song Qingshu also arrived in Jiangnan and was conferred the title of Prince of Qi?" Not expecting that she would take the initiative to inquire about his affairs, Song Qingshu was immediately dumbfounded. No matter how narcissistic he was, he wouldn't be narcissistic enough to think that he could use his title to cause ripples in the Empress' heart. He truly didn't understand what the other party's intentions were. Song Qingshu was indeed conferred the title of Prince of Qi because he rescued several dozen Song princesses from the Jin and facilitated the return of Sichuan by the Mongols, so, before he could finish, the Empress interrupted him and asked, "I heard that he also had a marriage alliance with two of the princesses he rescued?" Song Qingshu was startled, but he still answered truthfully, "That's right. He did have a marriage agreement with Princess Chengde and Princess Rufu of the southern Song dynasty." The Empress sneered, "Humph, the two princesses, the southern emperor is quite willing to part with them." Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. He couldn't figure out the other party's intentions, so he didn't know how to answer. The Empress asked again, "Are Princess Chengde and Princess Rufu beautiful?" "They are quite beautiful." Song Qingshu was just about to answer, but he suddenly remembered Zhao Wei's identity and hurriedly changed his words. "The two princesses are high and mighty. I'm just a commoner, how can I see the two princesses' true faces?" "What do you mean by high and mighty? Aren't you just from the laundry yard?" The Empress snorted, and her tone was obviously a little indignant. Why does the Empress seem to be jealous? Song Qingshu quickly put this thought out of his mind. It was really too ridiculous. At this moment, the eunuch's sharp voice suddenly sounded from afar, "The Emperor has arrived." Song Qingshu was stunned. He didn't want to meet Yelu Hongji at this time. After all, the higher-ups were temperamental. Now that Zhao Wei's status was low, if he were to be pushed down and beheaded by Yelu Hongji, he would have no choice but to expose his identity. "Your Highness, I'll take my leave first," Song Qingshu said hurriedly. The Empress, who was behind the gauze curtain, suddenly sat up straight. Her voice was less lazy and more anxious than before. "It's too late, quickly hide in the room." "What?" Song Qingshu couldn't believe his ears. If he went out and met the Emperor now, he would at most be reprimanded. If he was discovered hiding in the Empress's bedroom, it would really be like yellow mud falling on his crotch. It would really be like **T even if it wasn't. Although he was a eunuch on the surface, there was no lack of palace maids and even concubines in the palace who were lonely and hung out with eunuch. If he was treated as a food target by Yelu Hongji, it would be over. Moreover, he wasn't a real eunuch. "Why are you in a daze?" At this time, there was a sudden fragrance. It turned out that the Empress had already quickly walked out from behind the gauze curtain. She pulled his hand and walked inside. Chapter 1551. Xiao Guanin's hands were very soft. In addition, a small part of her white jade-like arm peeked out from her sleeve. It made one's heart skip a beat. However, the current Song Qingshu was no longer an inexperienced young man. He wasn't captivated by her. Instead, he carefully sized her up because he felt a strange sense of familiarity from her. Her eyebrows were like a painting and her face was filled with peach blossoms. Her slender red phoenix eyes revealed a different kind of charm. Coupled with her alluring figure, it was just as the palace maids and eunuchs had described. She was a seductress who could charm people to death. Song Qingshu was puzzled. He had never seen the other's face before, but the sense of familiarity grew stronger. Xiao Guanin pulled him into the room and said in a low voice, "Hide here later. If you don't want to die, don't make a sound." Finishing, she didn't wait for his response and rushed to greet the Emperor. "This is really strange." Smelling the enchanting fragrance in the room, Song Qingshu didn't understand why the other had lured him into her bedroom. Wasn't this giving her a handle? If Yelu Hongji found out, the two of them, who were clearly innocent, wouldn't be able to explain themselves. He didn't know how she would end up. At this time, a burst of laughter came from outside. Yelu Hongji strode in and reached out to hug the other. "I haven't seen you for a few days. The Empress has become prettier." Who knew that Xiao Guanin dodged without a trace and said bitterly, "These days, the Emperor has been busy doting on the new Hui Fei. How could he have thought of me?" As expected, Yelu Hongji's attention was diverted, and he hurriedly tried all kinds of explanations to comfort her. Song Qingshu, who was in the inner room, was dumbfounded. No wonder they said that the Empress was doted on by everyone. It was not a lie. After a while, Yelu Hongji couldn't resist, and wanted to hug her again. Xiao Guanin diverted his attention again. Why did the Emperor suddenly come this time? Song Qingshu, who was hiding in the shadows, was amazed. Ever since Yelu Hongji came in, he had wanted to hug Xiao Guanin several times. But the Empress had always dodged without a trace and didn't let him touch her body. It really didn't seem like a loving couple. Could it be that this is the so-called selling one's skills but not one's body? A thought popped into Song Qingshu's mind, but he quickly laughed. Everyone in the imperial palace knew that the Empress was the most favored. Were they all idiots? What's more, the Empress had even given birth to a prince and was appointed as the crown prince. It's most likely a means of resisting while welcoming. Song Qingshu concluded. At this time, Yelu Hongji also spoke from outside. "We plan to invite the southern courtyard's King Xiao Feng and his women to a banquet. When they return to your place, we came to inform you in advance." Song Qingshu's heart tightened. Zhao Min's analysis that Yelu Hongji was about to make a move on Xiao Feng was indeed correct. Is the Emperor planning to make a move on Xiao Wangye? At this time, Xiao Guanin also asked. As the mistress of the harem, she was deeply favored and trusted by the Emperor, so she could roughly guess his thoughts. Xiao Feng doesn't know what's good for him. In addition, he's disloyal. He can't be left alive. Yelu Hongji recalled Xiao Feng's previous refusal to go to battle and was still somewhat angry. In the inner room, Song Qingshu secretly shook his head. A simple misunderstanding could cause Xiao Feng to destroy himself. It would have been better if they had just talked things out. Unfortunately, these politicians were all cautious and suspicious people. No one would be stupid enough to lay everything out, and even if they did, most people wouldn't believe them. Instead, it would make the other side more cautious. So almost everyone would choose to make the first move to gain the upper hand. But Xiao Wangye's martial arts are unparalleled. Isn't it too risky to invite him here to make a move? Xiao Guanin couldn't help but say worriedly. It was clear that Xiao Feng's reputation in Liao was well known by everyone, from the common people to the Empress. "Don't worry, we have prepared this for him." Yelu Hongji took out a small porcelain bottle and shook it. He said proudly, "This medicine can make him unable to use any of his martial arts. At that time, the fierce tiger of the past is not even comparable to a sick cat." Only then did Xiao Guanyin exclaim, "Your Majesty really has a divine plan." In the inner room, Song Qingshu secretly nodded. In the original work, Yelu Hongji used a trick to make Zi give Xiao Feng this medicine, causing Xiao Feng to feel as if his heart was being pierced by thousands of needles. He couldn't summon any qi at all and was then thrown into prison. Now it seemed that although the plot had somewhat collapsed because of his interference, some events had amazing corrective power. Next, the two people outside began to arrange the details of the banquet later and discussed the filing of some unexpected situations. Song Qingshu listened until he was bored to death. He simply lay down on the Empress's bed and closed his eyes to rest. He wasn't the real Zhao Wei. Of course, he wouldn't tremble with fear like the other actors. After a while, the eunuch outside announced that the king of the southern courtyard had arrived. Song Qingshu then got up and quietly looked outside through the gap. Xiao Feng still walked like a dragon or a tiger, exuding a fierce aura. Song Qingshu secretly gave him a thumbs up. There weren't many people in the world with such spirit. The girl in red beside him had snow-white skin, smooth and crystal clear. Her figure was petite and exquisite. Although she wasn't as charming as the Empress, she had a trace of a girl's unique charm. Song Qingshu naturally recognized that she was Azu. He was a little curious and didn't know how Zi was doing now. Zi was sent by him to be a spy by Xiao Feng's side. Unfortunately, there was no chance for her to be of use. "Your subject, commoner, greets your Majesty." "Long live your Majesty." "Long live your Majesty the Empress." Xiao Feng and Azu respectfully saluted. "There are no outsiders here. Sworn brother, there is no need to be so formal." Yelu Hongji and Xiao Guanyin hurriedly stood up. One supported Xiao Feng, while the other supported Azu. Song Qingshu, who was inside the room, was full of admiration. If he didn't know that Yelu Hongji was going to make a move on Xiao Feng, how could he have seen any clues from Yelu Hongji's current performance? This must be the Lady Azu that sworn brother mentioned before. As expected, I feel pity for you. You and sworn brother are a perfect match. Yelu Hongji looked at Azu and said with a smile. Xiao Feng hurriedly pulled a Zhu forward and introduced her. As a Zhu returned the greeting, she curiously glanced at Xiao Guanyin. Just now, when the other party helped her up, she faintly felt that the other party's face was a little strange, but for a while, she couldn't tell what was strange about it. Soon, the dishes and wine were served by the palace maids. Yelu Hongji raised his cup and said, "Worthy little brother and Lady Azu have gone through untold hardships to finally be together. We will take this opportunity to bestow a marriage. Tomorrow, we will announce to the world that Lady Azu will be the southern courtyard princess and will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold." Xiao Feng was overjoyed. "Many thanks to your Majesty." He was not happy because of the rewards, but because of the marriage bestowed by the emperor. This honor was something that all women in the world yearned for even in their dreams. To be able to have a Zhu marry him in a grand manner, he was happier than anything else. Worthy little brother need not be so polite. Yelu Hongji raised his cup and said meaningfully, "Come, let us drink this wine together and bless the two newlyweds in advance." Chapter 1552. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't stop Xiao Feng from drinking. After all, he wasn't a good person without principles. There were many things he needed to consider. He needed to be responsible for his women and subordinates, taking care of their interests. Of course, the main reason was that he knew that this poisonous wine wasn't the kind that would kill upon contact with blood. It only temporarily sealed Xiao Feng's cultivation. If Yelu Hongji really wanted Xiao Feng's life, he would still stop him. Xiao Feng and Azu were overjoyed at the news of their marriage, so how could they have any reservations? Raising their cups, they downed the wine. Both sides chatted for a while. The smile on Yelu Hongji's face became more and more playful. Xiao Feng was feeling strange, but suddenly, he felt as if thousands of needles were stabbing his heart. His face paled, staring at Yelu Hongji. Why? The smile on Yelu Hongji's face disappeared. He harumphed coldly. We ordered you to capture Yelu Qi and Xiao Ban He's clansmen who betrayed us, yet our best cavalry couldn't even catch up to them. Do you think we're 3 years old? The other side is cunning. I have already reported the details to your majesty. Xiao Feng endured the pain in his body and hurriedly explained. If he was alone today, it wouldn't be a big deal, but with Azu by his side, he could only try his best to clear his name, even though he knew the chances were slim. Humph, Yelu Hongji obviously didn't want to continue this topic. Changing the topic, we received a secret report saying that you have a close relationship with Golden Snake Camp's leader, Song Qinshu. You even received a life-saving grace from him, and this time, Yelu Qi and the others just happened to be under Golden Snake Camp. Tell me, how can there be such a coincidence in this world? This official indeed has a good relationship with Song Qinshu, but public and private matters are private matters. How can this official be the kind of person who can't distinguish between public and private matters? Xiao Feng didn't think that Yelu Hongji would misunderstand him so deeply. You can't distinguish between public and private matters? Yelu Hongji sneered. It's not like we didn't give you a chance to lead an army against Golden Snake Camp, but how did you answer me? Xiao Feng's face paled, trying to explain. Unfortunately, Yelu Hongji wasn't going to give him the chance. Yelu Hongji waved his hand. Guards, the southern courtyard's king Xiao Feng is rebelling against his superiors. Throw him into the heavenly prison. The imperial bodyguards, who had been waiting outside for a long time, rushed in and took Xiao Feng away. At this moment, Xiao Feng felt as if his insides were being pierced by knives and needles. How could he summon any strength to resist? After Xiao Feng was brought down, Xiao Guanyin, who was at the side, said with a smile, "Congratulations to your majesty for using a little trick to capture the unparalleled King Xiao. Ha ha, no matter how powerful a subject is, he can't escape from this emperor's palm." Yelu Hongji was very pleased with himself. Xiao Guanyin glanced at Azu, who was lying on the ground. Your Majesty, how should we deal with this Miss Azu? Do you want to stay in the palace? In the inner room, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. The Empress really had the heart of a snake and scorpion. No wonder the people in the palace talked about her with respect and fear. If Yelu Hongji really reached out his claws to Azu, should he save her? If something happened that Xiao Feng would regret for the rest of his life, it was really, fortunately, Yelu Hongji shook his head. Forget it, Xiao Feng has done me a great favor. Guards, bring Miss Azu back to the southern courtyard's king residence. At the same time, seal off the entire residence. Without this emperor's orders, no one is allowed to enter or leave. In fact, if a Zhu wasn't Xiao Feng's woman, with her beauty, Yelu Hongji would be interested in taking her into his harem and have some fun with her. However, Xiao Feng's prestige in Liao had always been high. This time, Yelu Hongji imprisoned him for no reason was enough to cause panic among the people. If he took in his woman as well, who knew what kind of turmoil it would cause? Although Yelu Hongji was lustful, as the emperor, he still knew what was important. He wouldn't cause unrest in the court for a woman. This allowed Song Qinshu, who was hiding in the dark, to heave a sigh of relief. Otherwise, it would really be a headache. Although Xiao Feng has been captured, he has been the king of the southern courtyard for all these years. He does have some confidants. If we don't control them, and they are incited to rescue Xiao Feng, it might cause unrest in the capital. This emperor must immediately arrange these matters. After Azu was taken away, Yelu Hongji also stood up. Putting national affairs first, Your Majesty is truly a saint. How can this concubine be like Daji Mimi? I respectfully send Your Majesty off. Xiao Guanyin also followed suit and bowed. The empress is indeed a virtuous empress. Ha ha! Yelu Hongji was already happy that he had settled Xiao Feng today. After being flattered by Xiao Guanyin, he was even more pleased. Xiao Guanyin respectfully sent him off with a smile. After disappearing outside the palace with Yelu Hongji, her expression instantly calmed down. With an indifferent expression, she ordered the palace maids and eunuchs, "All of you go out. Without this empress's orders, no one is allowed to enter." After these people filed out, Xiao Guanyin then lifted the curtain and walked into the inner room. Song Qingshu had already been standing at the side waiting for a long time. Xiao Guanyin was originally very satisfied with his attitude, but her gaze suddenly fell on the messy bed, and her expression couldn't help but change. "How dare you? You even dare to climb this empress's bed?" Song Qingshu cursed inwardly. Just now, he was only concerned with eavesdropping on the situation outside and forgot to tidy up the bed. He could only explain, "Just now this subordinate was too flustered and accidentally tripped over a stool and fell on your Majesty's bed. This subordinate hopes that your Majesty will forgive me." Xiao Guanyin frowned, but in the end she reluctantly acknowledged his words. She directly sat down at the table and coldly said, "Continue to answer the question just now." Song Qingshu then remembered that she was asking about himself. "I don't know what specific aspect does your Majesty want to know?" Xiao Guanyin rested her chin on her hand, revealing half of her white wrist which was really as smooth as jade. "If I ask about those princesses, you probably haven't seen them before. It's useless to ask. Well, then tell me about him going to the sky to pray for rain. It is said that everyone in Lin witnessed it with their own eyes that day. Don't tell me you don't know?" "Of course I know this." Song Qingshu had no choice but to describe the scene of that day. Initially, he had intended to be humble, but after thinking about it, he realized that he was now using Zhao Wei's identity, so he was not boasting about himself. It would be a waste of such a good opportunity if he did not boast about himself. Ahem, with a plan in mind, Song Qingshu really described the incident of him praying for rain in Lin, and as if he was an immortal descending to earth. After he finished talking, even he was a little impressed. If he wrote an essay in his previous life, it would be a perfect score. As expected, Xiao Guanyin's beautiful eyes were full of brilliance as she listened. In some moments, she could even see stars in her eyes. Song Qingshu couldn't help but be stunned. Was his charm so great that the queen of a country thousands of miles away had become his little fan? A real man should live like this. After all, Song Qingshu was a person who experienced it personally. The details described were much richer than the information Xiao Guanyin received. Xiao Guanyin really praised him after listening to it. Song Qingshu secretly laughed, thinking that there should be some reward or something like that. Who knew that Xiao Guanyin's face suddenly changed, and her voice became as cold as ice. "Your mission is completed, you can die now." Chapter 1553. Xiao Guanyin's voice had just fallen when she lightly flicked her finger. The ornamental finger glove instantly shot out and shot towards the space between Song Qingshu's eyebrows. Due to the stimulation of internal energy, the usually beautiful ornament had now become the most frightening weapon. Song Qingshu hurriedly tilted his head. The finger glove shot into a pillar at the side and instantly sank into the pillar. Seeing this, he secretly clicked his tongue. If it had shot into a person's head, that person would not have survived. Huh! Xiao Guanyin did not expect her sure-kill attack to be dodged by the opponent. "Who are you?" I should be asking her ladyship this question. Song Qingshu understood that an empress would not have such profound martial arts. It was really strange everywhere. Unfortunately, before he finished speaking, Xiao Guanyin waved her hand and attacked. She originally did not expect an answer when she asked, she only wanted to distract the opponent. However, with Song Qingshu's rich experience, this kind of small trick naturally could not be hidden from him. Moreover, with his current level of cultivation, letting the opponent make the first move did not affect him at all. Originally, he could very quickly capture the opponent, but in order to investigate the opponent's identity, he had been using martial arts that were about the same level as her. He planned to take the opportunity to understand her martial arts. As expected, after continuously attacking for more than 20 moves without any effect, Xiao Guanyin finally could not hold back anymore. Her hands suddenly became incomparably soft, her martial arts completely different from before. Bone-melting soft palm? Song Qingshu recognized the martial arts used by the opponent and was momentarily shocked. However, Xiao Guanyin's shock was even greater than his. Who are you? How do you recognize this martial arts? Song Qingshu also looked at her strangely. Who are you, her ladyship? How do you know the martial arts of Divine Dragon Island? Xiao Guanyin did not continue attacking because after dozens of moves, she had already understood that the opponent's martial arts were far above hers. Previously, she was only trying to test her sex martial arts. She very naturally lay down on the couch at the side, intentionally or unintentionally showing off her exaggerated and graceful curves, especially her thin waist and perky buttocks. It made her exude an endless sense of femininity. She didn't answer Song Qingshu's question. Instead, she tucked her messy hair behind her ear, and her voice regained its previous alluring tone. Do you think I'm pretty? Song Qingshu subconsciously looked over. Under the illumination of the candlelight, every inch of her skin was exuding endless temptation. Especially the ecstasy in her voice, it simply made one want to pounce on her, press her under his body and ruthlessly ravage her. Oh, she is quite beautiful. Song Qingshu told the truth. Although this woman was full of danger, she was also full of temptation. And it was precisely because of that danger that made her temptation even more irresistible. However, Song Qingshu's heart suddenly trembled, because he suddenly discovered that the other party's eyes suddenly emitted a strange light, and the expression in his eyes became increasingly strange. I actually met a kindred spirit? Song Qingshu naturally recognized that she was using something similar to the soul transfer grand technique. He sneered in his heart and used the soul transfer grand technique to counterattack. Even though he was quite familiar with the bewitching art, how could it compare to the vastness of the 9 manual's soul-shifting art? What's more, even if the cultivation technique was the same, the power of the person using it would be as different as heaven and earth. The two of them cast spells at the same time. How could the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon? Xiao Guanyin let out a cry and immediately fell onto the bed. Even though her face was flushed, her eyes were filled with fear. Who exactly are you? Her bewitching art had always been successful. It could make men become her slaves, but there were advantages and disadvantages. Even though she could use it to enslave men, if she failed and suffered a backlash, she would become someone else's slave. Whether it was life or death, it would all be in the hands of others. This time, it was obvious that she had failed. Song Qingshu walked over and looked down at Xiao Guanyin, who was lying on the bed. Now you have no right to ask me. I should be the one asking you, who exactly are you? Even though he had a vague guess in his heart, this woman's appearance was very different from what he remembered. I am. Because of the bewitching art's backlash, Xiao Guanyin was already considered to be a slave to a certain extent. When she heard Song Qingshu's question, she subconsciously wanted to answer, but her rationality made her resist this impulse. Not going to say? Song Qingshu snorted coldly. Just as he was about to cast the soul transfer grand technique again, Xiao Guanyin suddenly spoke softly and weakly. Qingshu, is that you? Song Qingshu was stunned and a thought flashed through his mind. Su Quan? It's really you? Xiao Guanyin suddenly sat up and looked at him happily. She had only asked tentatively and didn't expect to get an unexpected surprise. Your face? Song Qingshu reached out to touch the skin on Xiao Guanyin's face and couldn't help but be moved. Although it was smooth and moving, He was good at disguising and could naturally distinguish the subtle difference between real skin and the mask. Xiao Guanyin smiled and reached out to remove the mask on her face, revealing a beautiful and charming face. Her face was flushed and her eyes were watery, full of charm. Song Qingshu was overjoyed and also tore off the mask on his face, and the two hugged each other excitedly. How did you become Empress Liao? Song Qingshu couldn't help but ask curiously. It's a long story. Back then in Xingjing, I met my father, who is now the great Liao Northern Mansion's Prime Minister, Xiao Pity. Su Quan explained. How did Xiao Pity become your father? Song Qingshu asked in surprise. Su Quan replied, in the early years, Xiao Pity wasn't the Prime Minister of the Northern Mansion yet. At that time, he wandered in the Han Dynasty, took the name Su Yin and met my mother. Later, Liao's country almost perished. He returned to the country and helped Liao to stand firm and gradually rose to the Prime Minister of the Northern Mansion. At the same time, he was also in charge of the Great Secret Bureau. Your father's identity is really colorful. Thinking of their previous interactions, Song Qingshu couldn't help but click his tongue. Because the position of Empress Liao is empty, my father called me back to participate in the Empress selection. I thought whether it was the 9th princess, Xia Qingqing, or sect leader Zhou, the women around you all have a lot of power behind them to help your great cause. Although I have Divine Dragon Island, it's difficult for my influence to reach the Central Plains, so I wanted to take this opportunity to help you. Su Quan explained softly, because my identity is too sensitive, I was worried that the information I sent would be exposed on the road, so I didn't dare to tell you the truth. I could only ask you to come to Liao as soon as possible. I see. Song Qingshu finally understood why there were so few letters from her before, and each time she was vague. These 2 years have been really hard on you, but am I actually the kind of person who relies on sacrificing his own women to achieve success? Su Quan smiled sweetly. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, I haven't let Yelu Hongji touch my body these days. Chapter 1554. Being seen through, Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile sheepishly. How did you do it? Of course it's the immortal music's soul manipulation. Su Quan pursed her lips into a smile, proudly raising her jade-like chin. Although it's not as good as your soul-shifting technique, it's enough to deal with a mere Yelu Hongji. Yelu Hongji is that stupid? Song Qingshu curiously asked. Although Yelu Hongji was famous for being a fatuous ruler in history, the way he dealt with Xiao Feng was quite clever. That's why I also used the fragrance of the leopard umbrella magic mushroom to make him fall into a kind of blissful dream every time he comes here. The happiness brought to him by others is never as great as the happiness he brings to himself. That's why every time he comes to my place, he's satisfied, and even more trusting of me. Su Quan opened a small hidden box on the dresser, took out a yellow and white striped mushroom and handed it over. Leopard umbrella magic mushroom? Song Qingshu thought of the sweet fragrance he smelled when he first entered the room and couldn't help but slowly nod. After Su Quan's explanation, he also understood the origin of this mushroom. This mushroom grew on Divine Dragon Island, and because of the yellowish-brown stripes on its surface that resembled leopard patterns, coupled with its hallucinogenic properties, it got its name. Thinking about how every time Yelu Hongji came here, he would have that kind of dream, and what kind of game, Song Qingshu silently mourned for him. It was really unfortunate that he met this which Su Quan, a dignified ruler of a country, was played in the palm of her hand. But I heard that you gave birth to a son for Yelu Hongji, and that he made him the crown prince? Song Qingshu suddenly thought of another question, and couldn't help but frown slightly. That's a child I found in a farmer's house. Because I already have Yelu Hongji under control, as long as I deal with the related eunuchs and nannies, it's not a difficult matter. Su Quan calmly narrated. Song Qingshu understood that behind this tranquility, There was no telling how much blood of eunuchs and old mama had been spilled. However, thinking that she came from Shun Long Jiao, who killed people without batting an eye, it was hard to blame her for this kind of matter. On the other hand, Song Qingshu was also full of admiration. He knew that when he impersonated Kangxi, he risked his life. He did not expect Su Quan to imitate him and actually did a good job on Liao's side. Although because she needed Yelu Hongji's power, she could not replace Kangxi like he did. But she, a weak woman, was able to do this in the palace. It was enough to prove her intelligence. Seeing that Song Qingshu kept silent, Su Quan suddenly panicked. Qingshu, do you not believe me? That's really not my child. If you don't believe me, you can try. How do I test this? Song Qingshu laughed involuntarily. This was not the future. There was no DNA testing technology. There was only blood test, which was completely unreliable. Su Quan's face was pink. She gently unbuttoned her clothes and pulled it down. Biting her lips, she said, "Now that Crown Prince is only a few months old. If I gave birth to him, I haven't weaned yet. You can try it yourself." Her voice had always been charming and moving. Otherwise, she would not have been able to cultivate something like the celestial sound soul assimilation technique, which was similar to the great soul shifting technique. Now that she was speaking in such a tender and sweet manner, it was even sweeter and cloying. Song Qingshu's heart swayed when he heard it. "I'll try it." Song Qingshu's throat was a little dry. They had been separated for a long time. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Especially since Su Quan was already very charming, he directly pounced on her and pressed her down on the bed. The two of them fooled around on the dragon bed. Just as the boat was about to enter the alley, they suddenly heard the sound of, "His Majesty has arrived." The two of them hurriedly got up and tidied up their messy clothes. Damn it, why did he come back at such a critical time? Su Quan's face was like a peach blossom. As she buttoned up her clothes, she couldn't help but sigh. Her watery eyes almost dripped water. "Should I hide for a while?" Song Qingshu was also in a bad mood. He was intimate with his own woman, but in the end, he looked like an adulterer who had been caught. It was really depressing. "Don't panic. Stand behind the screen. I'll quickly take care of the trouble." Su Quan put on the fake leather mask again and tidied up her somewhat messy hair. After making sure there were no major flaws, she hurriedly got up and went out. Just at this time, Yelu Hongji walked in with large strides. He said with a smile, "Empress, as soon as I finished dealing with the remnants of Xiao Feng's party, I rushed here without stopping. Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Song Qingshu, who was hiding in the shadows, spat without any malice. "Humph, if you had rushed here a few steps earlier, you would have seen your Empress rolling in the sheets with me. That would have been really surprising." Su Quan brushed aside a strand of hair hanging down and bowed gracefully. "Your Majesty is indeed swift and decisive. You finished such a large case so quickly. Wasn't it because I was in a hurry to see you?" Yelu Hongji found that Xiao Guanyin today seemed to be even more beautiful than usual. Her cheeks were red and her large watery eyes seemed to emit a silent temptation. "Has the Empress already fallen asleep?" Yelu Hongji noticed that her clothes were slightly wrinkled and her hair was slightly messy. However, he didn't think too much about it. At this time, a normal person would have already fallen asleep. In addition, Xiao Guanyin in this state had an even more touching charm. This Chia thought that your Majesty was going to spend the night in the imperial study, so I went to sleep first. Now that my clothes are disheveled, I hope your Majesty will forgive me." Su Quan blinked her large eyes. Her tone was full of touching charm. "Haha, it's fine. Zhen likes the Empress's disheveled appearance," Yelu Hongji said as he reached out to hug her. However, Su Quan's small waist twisted and she dodged without a trace. "This Chia will help your Majesty undress." Good, Yelu Hongji laughed and nodded. He couldn't wait to open his arms. Su Quan first went to the side and lit a stick of incense. Song Qingshu's eyes were sharp and he recognized that it was sandalwood mixed with the powder of the leopard umbrella illusion mushroom. Originally, he could have taken care of Yelu Hongji faster. However, he also wanted to see how Su Quan usually dealt with Yelu Hongji. Therefore, he was happy to watch from the side. Still not done. Seeing that she didn't move for a long time, Yelu Hongji couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. I'm coming. Your Majesty, don't be in such a hurry. This Qie needs to prepare. Su Quan acted like a spoiled child. Even Song Qingshu, who was in the dark, felt his heart flutter. Her voice right now was sweet and coquettish. To put it bluntly, it was coquettish and seductive. Which man wouldn't be moved? Good. Empress, whatever you say. Yelu Hongji really started to be attracted to her. Your Majesty, do you think I'm beautiful today? Su Quan asked coyly. Yelu Hongji hurriedly nodded his head. Beautiful. All the women in the world can't compare to the Empress. Even the new Hui Fei can't compare to this Qie? Su Quan said as her sleeve brushed his cheek. At first, Yelu Hongji was still a bit hesitant. However, when he smelled the special fragrance on her sleeve, his eyes became misty. Of course not. Su Quan smiled sweetly. How about this Qie dance for your Majesty? Why are you still dancing at a time like this? Let's just do it. Yelu Hongji impatiently closed his arms and wanted to hug her. Unfortunately, Su Quan's martial arts were high. How could she let him hug her? She lightly moved a few feet away. This Qie will dance while taking off my clothes. Yelu Hongji swallowed his saliva. He almost had a nosebleed. Then Zhen will enjoy it. Chapter 1555. Looking at Yelu Hongji's lecherous behavior, Song Qingshu was displeased. He even had the urge to jump out and teach him a lesson. Fortunately, Su Quan didn't make him wait too long. The poison of the leopard umbrella mushroom had already begun to take effect. She unknowingly used the celestial melody spell, and Yelu Hongji's clear eyes gradually became blank. You're already very happy. Now that you're happy, you're very tired. You should sleep. Su Quan paced around Yelu Hongji, the fragrance of the mushroom on her sleeves brushing against his face. Yelu Hongji's body swayed, and he finally fell asleep on the ground. After sealing his sleeping acupoint, Su Quan happily said to Song Qingshu, "It's done. Qingshu, you can come out now." When Song Qingshu came out, he also praised, "You used medicine and the celestial melody spell. It's really ingenious. It can't be helped." Su Quan pursed her lips and smiled. "If I could directly transfer my soul to another person like you, it wouldn't be so troublesome." Song Qingshu laughed and hugged her slender waist. "It's already very impressive that you can do this alone." Su Quan took off the mask on her face, revealing her originally beautiful face. She pursed her lips and looked at him seductively. "Do you want to continue?" Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. "Of course, continue. I haven't finished checking just now." He hugged her and rolled onto the bed. After a while, Su Quan's cheeks blushed and she pouted coquettishly. "Now you know that I'm not lying, right?" Song Qingshu reluctantly raised his head from between her breasts and purposely said with a straight face, "I've only checked one side. I haven't checked the other." "Scoundrel," Su Quan pouted, but she didn't seem to be angry at all. However, when Song Qingshu wanted to continue, he was stopped by her slender hand. Just as he was feeling puzzled, he heard Su Quan's soft voice. Wait a minute. Song Qingshu was naturally not the kind of reckless man who did not know how to flirt. He was also very curious about what she was going to do. Who knew that she would pick up the mask from before again? After fiddling with it for a while, she returned to the appearance of Xiao Guanyin. "Who are you? How dare you be so rude to me?" At this moment, Xiao Guanyin's phoenix-like eyes were filled with fear. She wanted to push away the man on top of her. Song Qingshu was startled, but when he noticed the slyness in her eyes, he instantly understood what she was playing at. He was naturally happy to cooperate with her. The emperor is addicted to wine and women. He has a beautiful woman like Nyang Nyang and recently took in a new concubine. He did something wrong to Nyang Nyang. Can't Nyang Nyang take revenge? Xiao Guanyin was also startled. Clearly, she didn't expect Song Qinshu to enter into the scene so quickly. However, she reacted quickly and quickly revealed a hesitant and struggling expression. He is the emperor. Naturally, he can take in whoever he wants. How can I compare? No, I can't let His Majesty down. Seeing that she was struggling to leave, Song Qinshu held her down. Nyang Nyang, why do you need to deceive yourself? In fact, you know better than anyone else. Look, your body's reaction can't lie to anyone. Because they had been hiding in the palace all year round, they needed to deal with all kinds of people and resolve all kinds of dangerous situations. As a result, the two of them had superb acting skills. In a moment of impulse, the two of them really got into character. It was as if one was really the lonely Empress Xiao Guanyin in the palace, and the other was a handsome and demonic mysterious young master. Your Majesty, quickly save this concubine. This concubine doesn't want to. Suddenly, Xiao Guanyin finally released her big move. She stretched out her hand, trying to find the unconscious Yelu Hongji to ask for help to save her, who was about to be pulled into the abyss. Seeing this scene, Song Qingshu's heart beat twice as fast as usual. What a demon! After the clouds dispersed and the rain stopped, Xiao Guanyin's whole body curled up in Song Qingshu's embrace. Her face was also tightly pressed against his chest. Her slender fingers lightly drew circles on it. Her fingernails painted with balsam juice looked even more red and moving under the candlelight. Qingshu, do you really think I am Xiao Guanyin? You don't feel any pain when you use me. This short sentence, coupled with her seductive expression, almost caused Song Qingshu to turn over and press down on her again. Sometimes he had to admit that some women were really seductive to the bone. Every word and action, even one look, could make you feel endless pleasure. Are you not Xiao Guanyin? Song Qingshu reached out and brushed his hand over her beautiful brows, unable to help but tease. Su Quan was startled, then immediately smiled. Yes, in a sense, I am indeed Xiao Guanyin. Xiao Guanyin is me. These days, I have heard every day that there is an unparalleled beauty in the palace who spoils 3 palaces. I have always been curious about what kind of person Xiao Guanyin is. I didn't expect it to be you. Song Qingshu said with emotion. Su Quan also sighed softly. These days, I have been thinking about the day when I reunite with you, but I didn't expect it to come so dramatically. Everything was so surprising that I thought I was in a dream. Song Qingshu smiled gratefully and reached out to pinch her. So this is the scene in your dream. Su Quan trembled from his pinch and hurriedly begged for mercy. Song Qingshu, don't pinch there. The two of them cuddled for a while, then Su Quan remembered the serious matter. By the way, Song Qingshu, how did you suddenly become Zhao Wei? It's a long story. Song Qingshu told her about how he came to destroy the Liao Song alliance and investigate Murong Jingyue. Then he mentioned that he had a vague feeling that Murong Jingyue was hiding in Yelu Isen's mansion. Maybe he was Yelu Isen, so he sneaked into King Wei's mansion. He didn't expect to be sent to the palace by a freak combination of factors. Yelu Isen has indeed risen quickly these years. Su Quan recalled the changes in the court over the years and couldn't help but nod secretly. By the way, the reason why Yelu Isen sent Zhao Wei here this time seems to be to get close to you. Song Qingshu suddenly thought of the task he had received before and hurriedly reminded her. I don't know what they are planning. It's most likely for my father. Su Quan snorted. The real privy envoy Yelu Rinxian has been in the northwest for a long time, far away from the capital. Now that the king of the south courtyard, Xiao Feng, has fallen, only my father, who is the prime minister of the north mansion, will be a stumbling block for Yeluisan. He must want to overthrow my father through me. I see. Song Qingshu finally understood. Then you have to be careful. Don't worry. I know his purpose now. Even you, a chess piece, have betrayed him. What kind of storm can he stir up? Su Quan hooked her arms around his neck and said with a smile. That's true. Song Qingshu also relaxed. The two of them fought fiercely all night and soon fell asleep while chatting. When they woke up the next day, Song Qingshu was wearing his clothes and feeling depressed. I'm with my woman, but I have to sneak away in advance. It's really depressing. Su Quan comforted him with a smile. Oh, bear with it. I'll think of a way to solve this problem as soon as possible. Okay. Only then did Song Qingshu reluctantly leave the Empress Palace. He wondered how Shen Bijuan had been last night since he had suddenly disappeared, so he went to her palace to take a look. Who is it? As soon as Song Qingshu entered her bedroom, he was discovered. Chapter 1556. Song Qingshu was also stunned. After all, with his current martial arts skills, it was almost impossible for him to be discovered. He hurriedly looked over and saw that it was Shen Bijuan looking at him nervously. It's you, Shen Bijuan finally let out a sigh of relief when she recognized Zhao Wei. Why aren't you asleep yet? Song Qingshu closed the window and asked as he walked in. I'm scared, so I can't sleep. Shen Bijuan couldn't help but look a little embarrassed. You're afraid that Yelu Hongji will break in, so you've been watching the door? Song Qingshu immediately felt relieved, thinking that it was no wonder that she had discovered him. Although his qigong was excellent and could be almost silent, he could not be invisible. She had been watching the door and windows, so how could he hide the slightest movement from her? Yeah, Shen Bijuan smiled a little embarrassedly. Song Qingshu was also speechless. So what if you're watching the door? If Yelu Hongji wants to break in, do you think you can stop him? Actually, Shen Bijuan hesitated and finally murmured, Actually, I was waiting for you. Waiting for me? Song Qingshu was stunned. Seeing the picturesque girl looking at him like this, a man's vanity was greatly satisfied. However, he also understood that this was just Shen Bijuan grasping at straws when she had nowhere else to go. She might not have any other intentions towards him. And Shen Bijuan blushed and nodded. She had never expected that she would say something like that to a man. It had completely toppled her decades of upbringing as a lady from a wealthy family. However, when she thought about it, he had already gone to the service room. From a certain point of view, he was no longer a man, so it wasn't rude. Now that I'm back, you should take this opportunity to have a good rest. Song Qingshu didn't know that in the girl's heart, he was now a best friend, or else he would have jumped in anger. Okay, Shen Bijuan bit her lip, her beautiful face full of exhaustion. She had been too afraid to sleep before, but now that this man was by her side, she suddenly felt her heart calm down and quickly fell asleep. This sleep was exceptionally sweet. When Shen Bijuan woke up, she found that the other person was standing in front of the window, examining the distant palace. His back was exceptionally tall and sturdy. There wasn't the slightest bit of the feminine air of a palace eunuch. It was clearly a peerless hero standing there. Shen Bijuan shook her head, dispelling the unrealistic and absurd thoughts in her mind. Hearing the noise, Song Qingshu turned around. You're awake. And Shen Bijuan sat up and shyly tucked her messy hair behind her ear. She thought about how she had gotten used to having a man in her room while she slept. In the past, it was inconceivable. Don't worry, Yelu Hongji won't have time to deal with you these days. He still has to deal with the Southern Yard's King Xiaofeng. Song Qingshu comforted, finally letting Shen Bijuan understand that she was temporarily safe. After comforting Shen Bijuan, Song Qingshu decided to go back to Su Quan's place to see if she had finished dealing with Yelu Hongji. By the time he arrived at the Empress Palace, Yelu Hongji had already left to attend court. Song Qingshu sneaked in. Su Quan was very surprised that he had returned. The two of them quickly got together and talked about what had happened since they were separated. I heard that you became the son-in-law of the Kingdom of Song and married two princesses at the same time. I wonder how many men in the world worship you as an idol, Su Quan said with a faint smile. Song Qingshu was a little embarrassed. After all, he had used the identity of Zhao Wei to brag about himself. Now that the matter had been exposed, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Are those two princesses very beautiful? Are they as beautiful as me? Su Quan came over and asked the same question again, a sly smile on her face. They are indeed beautiful, but they are far from comparable to you. Song Qingshu was not lying. Zhao Huan and Zhao Yuan were not inferior to Su Quan in terms of appearance, but they were still young, after all. How could young and inexperienced girls compare to Su Quan's mature charm? Humph, you only know how to use these words to coax me. Despite what she said, the smile in her eyes revealed the happiness in Su Quan's heart. As the two of them were flirting, Palace Maid Shan, who had brought Song Qingshu here, suddenly asked to see him. It wasn't convenient for Song Qingshu to show himself, so he hid on the Empress bed. Su Quan went out to summon her. Your Highness, this servant has recently obtained a poem written by Terry Jian of the Kingdom of Song. I have specially brought it to you. Palace Maid Shan knelt on the ground, holding a handwritten book in her hand. Song Qingshu, who was hiding in the room, paused for a moment before realizing that Terry Jian meant Empress in the Liao language. Oh, let me have a look. Because it was inconvenient for Su Quan to get news of Song Qingshu in the palace, she would intentionally or unintentionally ask palace maids and eunuchs about what happened in the south. After all, it was inconvenient for her to directly ask about Song Qingshu. This way, the palace maids would mistakenly think that she liked the culture of the southern dynasties, so they would compete to please her. Su Quan was happy to use this misunderstanding to cover up for herself and had no intention of clarifying. Palace Maid Shan came forward and handed the book over. This is circulated outside the palace. It should be a handwritten book circulated among the common people. The handwriting isn't good. Your Highness, please don't be offended. Su Quan nodded. She obviously didn't care about this. She took it and opened it, only to see the words written on it. Black hair 7 feet long, pulled up as inner makeup. Sleepless on the pillow, I feel the fragrance of green clouds. Red silk is strong, light as white jade. Try to open the chest, better than trembling and fragrant. The hibiscus loses its new beauty, the lotus flower loses its old makeup. Both are comparable, like the fragrance of pink cheek. That foot is not? Long beard imitates the phoenix. Last night on my arm, the fragrance beside my neck. The soup tastes good, sending words out of the palace merchants. And Zhilong's mouth contains a warm, sweet fragrance. Not related to the smell of wine, not the fragrance of the lipstick, but when the flowers are unraveled, the fragrance is sent by the wind. Since plucking the rose, I also personally went to the imperial garden, returning hand in hand the fragrance of spring bamboo shoot. The phoenix boots fit perfectly, the stockings remove the light frost, who carved the warm white jade into the soft hook fragrance. Unraveling the belt, the palms become more and more busy. Inside the silk skirt, the soul has another fragrance. Coughing with 1,000 flowers wine, the skin is dressed like a lily. Nothing more than looking at the deep water, full of fragrance. The more Su Quan read, the more she blushed. She spat and said, "How could the Empress of the southern dynasties write such obscene words and songs?" Palace Maid Shan hurriedly explained, "Although it is somewhat decadent, I can see that the literary talent of the southern dynasties is not bad." "It is not bad." Su Quan nodded. At this time, Palace Maid Shan suggested, "Now that the Empress of the southern dynasties is writing lyrics, it is a pity that these manuscripts were copied by common people and are not worthy of the lyrics. Why don't your Highness write one yourself?" And the two empresses of the north and south wrote it together. then it can be said to be excellent in both poetry and calligraphy. Stop flattering me, Su Quan scolded with a smile. The Empress of the Southern Dynasties wrote a good poem. How can Ben Gong copy it and it can be called the same? Palace Maid Shan snickered and said, Your Highness can present the poem you wrote to the Emperor. The Emperor will definitely be pleased if he knows it is the work of the two Empresses. Also, Consort Hui, who entered the palace these days, is extremely beautiful. Your Highness, if you don't pay attention, the Emperor's heart will be stolen by other women. Su Quan was finally moved. She wasn't thinking of pleasing Yelu Hongji, she was thinking of pleasing Song Qingshu, who was in the inner room. Chapter 1557. Serve me brush and ink. Su Quan finally became interested. Palace attendant Shan quickly finished sharpening the brush and ink. She raised the brush and wrote down the 10 fragrances courtyard ci. While she could not be considered a master of calligraphy, her words were still graceful and had a hint of heroism. There was also a hint of charm in the heroism. Palace attendant Shan praised loudly at the side. Su Quan had a sudden impulse. She did not put down the brush and wrote another poem. In the palace, only the Zhao family's dowry is counted. The rain and clouds mislead the king. Only the moon knows the truth. I once saw a swallow fly into the sun. Palace attendant Shan stilled and then reacted. Your Highness' literary talent is much better than that Terry Jian of the Southern Dynasty. The other's words are vulgar. Your Highness' words are clearly more elegant. There's no need for you to flatter this consort. In terms of literary talent, how could us Khitan people compare to those people from the Southern Dynasty? However, poetry is only a minor Dao. Fighting on the battlefield is what us Khitan people are good at. Su Quan smiled. As she looked at the poem she had written, a heroic figure appeared in her mind. Your Highness is right. Palace attendant Shan appeared to be enlightened. You can leave first. Su Quan clearly did not have the energy to waste with her here. She could not wait to return to Song Qingshu's embrace. Yes. Palace attendant Shan respectfully retreated. She had just left and closed the door when Su Quan impatiently took the poem she had written and leapt into the arms of Song Qingshu. Song Lang, this is for you. For me. Song Qingshu took it and read it. Unfortunately, he was not a person of the literary world. After reading for a long time, he could not tell if it was good or bad. Speaking of which, I feel that the one written by the Empress of the Song Dynasty is more interesting. For men, the poem written by the Empress of the Southern Song Dynasty was more interesting. Su Quan immediately pouted. This was written especially for you. Written especially for me? Song Qingshu picked up the poem and read it again. Unfortunately, he was still confused. Looking at his confused expression, Su Quan knew that he didn't understand. She could only explain for him. In the palace there is only the Zhao family, there is the word Zhao, and there is also the only in this sentence, and the one here. This poem hides your name. Song Qingshu said gloomily, Zhao Wei is obviously not my name. Song Qingshu's name is too conspicuous. I don't dare to hide it directly in this poem. It's easy for others to see through it. Su Quan was equally depressed. I don't care. Anyway, you're Zhao Wei now. Alright. Zhao Wei will be Zhao Wei. Song Qingshu also understood that it was too risky to hide his real name here. If he was not careful, the situation that Su Quan had worked so hard to open up here would go down the drain. In the next few days, Song Qingshu often protected Shin Bijuan during the day and went to find Su Quan in the middle of the night. It could be said that he lived like a god. On this day, Shin Bijuan was chatting with him. Suddenly, Song Qingshu's expression changed. He gave Shin Bijuan a look and then stood up respectfully, as if he was a serious actor receiving instructions from his concubine. Shin Bijuan was stunned at first, but when she saw a large group of guards walking in, she suddenly understood. When she saw that the leader was actually Xiao 11th Lang, Shin Bijuan's expression changed. Thinking that the other party was coming for her, she subconsciously took a step back. What do you want? Xiao 11th Lang looked at her deeply. Obviously, he was still holding a grudge against the other party for rejecting him last time. However, in front of so many guards, it was naturally not convenient for him to show anything. He glanced at Shin Bijuan, then suddenly turned his eyes to Song Qingshu. He waved his hand and said sternly, "Take him down!" Song Qingshu immediately froze. He had been standing to the side, planning to watch a melodramatic drama. Who knew that Xiao 11th Lang would actually turn his target to him? While he was still in a daze, the surrounding guards had already drawn their blades and surrounded him. Song Qingshu was still able to remain calm, but Shin Bijuan's face had already turned pale. She subconsciously thought that her relationship with him had been exposed. But now, he was her only hope. She hurriedly asked, "Xiao 11th Lang, what is the meaning of this?" Many of the guards present sized up the two of them in surprise. From her tone, it seemed that the relationship between the two of them was a bit unusual. However, everyone in the palace was shrewd, so no one said anything. "Reporting to Your Highness, Zhao Wei is involved in promiscuity in the harem, so he needs to be thrown into prison for investigation," Xiao 11th Lang explained. Promiscuity in the harem? Shin Bijuan's pretty face immediately flushed. She thought he was talking about her and couldn't help but feel embarrassed and angry. Nonsense. Xiao 11th Lang saw her expression and knew she had misunderstood. He hesitated and then walked over to tell her in a low voice, "Someone reported that Zhao Wei has been going in and out of the Empress's palace recently." Ah! Shin Bijuan was instantly dumbfounded. She had never thought that Zhao Wei would have any relationship with the Empress. The two of them spoke softly, but how could it escape Song Qingshu's eyes and ears? He was secretly shocked. How had his relationship with Su Quan been exposed? He knew very well that he had been very careful every time he went to her chambers and had never been discovered by anyone. With his martial arts, if he couldn't even be sure of this, he could buy a piece of tofu and kill himself. At this time, in the royal study, Yelu Hongji was looking with a dark expression at the Poetry of Shixiang Court in his hand. He naturally recognized this was the Empress notebook. The ambiguous pink words in it were so eye-piercing. The more Yelu Hongji read, the angrier he became. He was so angry that he threw the paper in his hand to the ground and glared at Palace Maid Shan, who was kneeling on the ground. "Speak, what is going on?" No man could bear the humiliation of being deceived. The more he doted on the Empress, the stronger this anger was. Palace Maid Shan knelt on the ground and trembled. "I dare not lie to your Majesty. Yesterday, Zhao Wei said that Empress Ida ordered him to play the zither. At that time, the Empress made 10 pieces of Hui Xen courtyard and ordered Zhao Wei to play the zither. From morning to night, the Empress looked under the curtain and played the zither with Zhao Wei through the curtain. At night, she ordered the candles to be lit and Zhao Wei to take off his official robes. He wore a green scarf, a gold cloth, a narrow-sleeved purple gown, and black boots with beads." Hearing this, Yelu Hongji's eyes twitched. Clearly, thinking of his wife asking another man to take off her clothes in front of him, he felt as if there was a grassland on his head. Palace Maid Shan glanced at him quietly and continued, "The Empress wore a purple and gold phoenix gown, an apricot and gold skirt, 100 treasure flower hairpin, and red phoenix flower boot. She ordered Zhao Wei to set up the inner tent again and play the people with her. She said it in such detail that even every detail was restored clearly. This made Yelu Hongji feel as if he was there, but no man would want this kind of feeling." Chapter 1558. Palace attendant Shan did not seem to know that Yelu Hongji was on the verge of exploding. She continued, "The two of them drank with each other, drinking wine and playing the guqin until the courtyard drum was struck 3 times and the servants were ordered to leave the tent. I was on duty at the time and did not hear the sound of guqin or drinking, but laughter. Thus, this servant secretly eavesdropped from outside the tent. I heard the empress say, "I can make you my husband." Zhao Wei said in a low voice, "Your servant may be strong, but I am only a small snake. Naturally I cannot defeat the Khan's real dragon." The empress said, "Although I am a small fierce snake, I am better than a real lazy dragon." Like a child crying in his sleep. Yelu Hongji's old face almost turned green. It was as if Palace Maid Shan was describing a real erotic scene. What, like a child crying in his sleep? It was obviously the sound a woman made when she was extremely happy. Especially the words "really lazy dragon, little fierce snake," and so on, it almost made him go crazy. Palace Maid Shan continued to describe the scene of that day. The courtyard drum was struck for the 4th time. The empress ordered me to open the tent and said, "Zhao Wei is drunk and unconscious. Wake him up for me." I called him many times before he woke up, so he got up and said goodbye. The empress gave him a box of gold and silk. Zhao Wei thanked her and left. Drunk? Yelu Hongji gritted his teeth so hard it felt like they were about to shatter. His tone was incomparably cold. Palace attendant Shan continued, "After that day, the empress missed him very much and wrote the 10 fragrances for Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei showed off the poem of 10 fragrances in front of the red-crowned crane of the musical house, and the red-crowned crane snatched the poem away. Later, we went to the Prince of Wei in fear and asked him to pass the memorial on our behalf." Yelu Hongji glanced to the side, and Yelu Isin hurriedly said, "When I received the news, I knew that this was a serious matter, so I didn't dare to neglect it, so I reported it to the emperor." Yelu Isin paused, then took out a poem and handed it over. "Your Majesty, this poem was also improvised by her ladyship." Yelu Hongji took it and looked at it. In the palace, there is only Zhao Jia's dowry. Only a piece of the moon knows the truth. She once spied a swallow flying into the bright sun. Humph, the empress only likes to play around with the Han people all day long. Seeing that he didn't see anything, Yelu Isin had no choice but to point it out for him. Zhao Wei's name is hidden in these few lines of the poem. These words were like the straw that broke the camel's back. Yelu Hongji was completely driven mad. He slammed his hand on the teacup, not even caring that his hand was bleeding. Wasn't Zhao Wei castrated by the imperial household when he entered the palace? How could he still mess around in the harem? Although he was a fatuous ruler, he was not a fool. He quickly thought of the key point. At this time, Yelu Isin calmly replied, "According to my investigation, Zhao Wei was indeed sent to the honorific office when he entered the palace, but just as he was about to be castrated, Gao Changming came and took him away. Zhao Wei must have given him a lot of money, so Gao Changming protected him." "Where is Gao Changming? Bring him to me." Yelu Hongji had always doted on the empress. At this moment, he even had a glimmer of hope that this was all a misunderstanding. Unfortunately, Yelu Isin shattered his fantasy. When I sent people to capture Gao Changming, I found that he had already committed suicide to escape punishment. The people in the honorific office can testify that he took Zhao Wei away. If Song Qingshu was here, he would naturally know that the Gao Changming they were talking about was the eunuch who had brought him into the palace. At the same time, he was shocked at Yelu Isin's ruthlessness. After all, from the conversation with eunuch Gao, he should also be Yelu Isin's man. He did not expect that he would end up being an abandoned pawn. Yelu Hongji finally erupted. "Flog Gao Changming's corpse, grind his bones into ashes. The people on duty in the honorific office who neglected their duties that day will all be executed as a warning to others. Send people to capture Zhao Wei. I want him to be executed by 1,000 cut. As for Empress Xiao Guanyin, throw her into prison and interrogate by the privy envoy of the North Courtyard, Yelu Isin, and the privy envoy of the North Courtyard, Zhang Xiaoji. In addition, temporarily remove the Prime Minister of the North Residence, Xiao Pity, from his official position. The people of the Xiao family are not allowed to leave the residence without my permission, or they will be killed. Yes, Your Majesty. Yelu Isin bowed his head and accepted the decree, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Everything was developing according to his plan, even more smoothly than he had planned. After all, he did not expect Zhao Wei to gain the trust of the Empress so quickly. Now that the privy envoy of the North Courtyard, Yelu Rinxian, was old and far away at the border, the king of the South Courtyard, Xiao Feng, had fallen from power, and the Prime Minister of the North Residence, Xiao Pity, was probably going to be exterminated because of his daughter, Xiao Guanin's case. The entire Liao could be said to be under his control, so how could Yelu Isin not be proud? The only thing he needed to do now was to silence Zhao Wei to prevent him from revealing his relationship with him. Moreover, Zhang Xiaojie, who was handling the case with him, was one of his own, so it was easy to make the case an ironclad one. Back in Shin Bijuan's palace, Song Qingshu still hadn't reacted to this sudden crisis. He was hesitating on whether he should allow them to take him away or resist and escape. After all, different choices meant different plans for the future. However, he was suddenly alarmed. It turned out that one of the guards had suddenly stabbed him in the back with a knife. This time, there was no need to make a choice. Song Qingshu would not have to continue acting as Zhao Wei when danger descended. These people obviously wanted to kill him. If he surrendered, he would be really stupid. The guard who had been waiting for the blood to appear with a hideous smile suddenly realized that he could not move his knife. He looked down and saw that the tip of the knife was pinched lightly by 2 fingers. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move it at all. How is this possible? Before he could cry out in alarm, Song Qingshu had already moved. Everyone in the room felt their vision blur, and the originally aggressive imperial bodyguards all fell to the ground one by one. Xiao 11th Lang was originally talking to Shin Bijuan, but the next moment, he found that the guards around Song Qingshu had fallen, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. He could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Although he had not been paying attention to them, it was possible that he had taken care of so many imperial guards in an instant. This person's martial arts were really too terrifying. However, the word fear did not exist in Xiao 11th Lang's dictionary. He was only shocked for a moment, and then the next moment, he pulled out his knife and pounced on Song Qingshu. At this time, Song Qingshu was not in the mood to be entangled with him. Since so many people had come to capture him, it was obvious that Su Quan was in more danger. After forcing Xiao 11th Lang back with a few moves, his figure flashed and disappeared among the many palace walls in the palace. Of course, before he left, he sent a secret voice transmission to Shin Bijuan, telling her not to worry and that he would come back to save her. At this time, Shin Bijuan was still in a deep state of shock. A second ago, she had just seen a group of imperial guards come to capture someone aggressively. The next second, the other party defeated everyone and successfully escaped, including Xiao 11th Lang, who was highly skilled in martial arts. When Xiao 11th Lang came to kidnap her, the guards of the Shin family could be said to be vulnerable in front of him. Who on earth is this person? At this time, Xiao 11th Lang also came to Shin Bijuan's side with a look of shock and fear. His martial arts are actually this high. I don't know. Shin Bijuan shook her head and answered softly. Although she knew that the other party's martial arts were high, she did not expect it to be this high. Although the two of them did not have any relationship, her heart was still filled with joy. Chapter 1559. Hearing the other party's casual denial, Xiao 11th Lang couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "He entered the palace with you and often goes in and out of your side. How could you not know?" Shin Bijuan's expression turned cold. she said lightly. If I really knew him, it would be easy for him to save me with his martial arts. Why would I always be manipulated by you? Xiao 11th Lang started and thought that what she said made sense, so he didn't say anything else. After Song Qingshu charged out, he didn't leave the royal palace. Instead, he headed straight for the Empress' bedroom. Since someone had been sent to capture him, it was clear that Su Quan would be in greater danger. By the time he reached the bedroom, he found that it was already empty. There were only some guards standing guard, but there was no sign of Su Quan. From the whispers of the serving girls and eunuchs outside, he learned that the Empress had been taken away by the guards. As for where they had taken her, he wasn't sure. Up until now, Song Qingshu was completely dumbfounded. He didn't understand how the matter between him and Su Quan had been exposed. It had to be known that he had been extremely careful every time he went in and out of Su Quan's bedroom. No one had discovered him. Could it be that Yelu Isin has made a move? A guess popped up in Song Qingshu's mind, but he couldn't be sure. After hesitating for a while, he decided to go ask Zhao Min first. After all, she had always been well informed, and he lacked information at the moment. He needed to understand the current situation first. He ran out of the palace without stopping and hurried to the secret stronghold of the Ruyang Palace. Zhao Min and Icy Snow were anxiously discussing something. Seeing him return, they couldn't help but let out a great sigh of relief. Sister Shui, I told you that with his abilities, he wouldn't be in any danger. You still had to worry about him. Zhao Min giggled and pushed Icy Snow beside her. Icy Snow couldn't help but roll her eyes. Just now, who was so anxious like an ant on a hot pan? Why is it all my business now? Sister Shui. Zhao Min scolded lightly. She stole a glance at Song Qingshu, her beautiful face even more alluring. Do you already know what happened in the palace? Seeing the expressions of the two women, Song Qingshu hurriedly asked. The case of the Hui Xian courtyard CI is so explosive. Although the palace has tried its best to suppress this matter, how can such a thing be hidden? Zhao Min showed a trace of a teasing expression. Now, all of Shangjing is discussing who the musician, Zhao Wei, is, that person who could seduce the beautiful empress. The news has spread so quickly. Song Qingshu was astonished. The speed at which the news spread was too fast. If someone said that there was no one behind the scenes adding fuel to the fire, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. At the side, Icy Snow revealed an odd expression. Qingshu, even I have to admit that you're really good at dealing with women. It's only been a few days. It's not what you think. Seeing that Icy Snow was also gossiping, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be speechless. He had no choice but to explain the relationship between Su Quan and him. The twists and turns in the story made the two pairs of beautiful eyes widen. Zhao Min said with emotion, "Even Empress Liao is your woman. My admiration for you is really endless like a surging river." Song Qingshu was speechless. He had told Zhao Min this classic line from a movie in his previous life before, but he didn't expect her to learn it so quickly. Don't tell me that one day, even the Empress of our Mongolian Great Khan has a relationship with you too? Zhao Min sized him up suspiciously. Song Qingshu became more and more depressed. Don't make me look like a planter, okay? Zhao Min curled her lips. I don't care. Anyway, you're not allowed to bring it to Ruyang Mansion. If I find out that you have something going on with my concubines or sisters-in-law one day, I'll castrate you. Song Qingshu only felt a little cold down there. He hurriedly changed the topic. We've gone too far. What happened in the palace today? Zhao Min stopped smiling and said seriously, I heard that someone in the palace reported to the emperor that the empress had an affair with the musician Zhao Wei. Yelu Hongji was so furious that he killed a large number of people involved in the case, including those who failed to perform their duties in the greeting office. Hearing that eunuch Gao committed suicide to escape punishment, Song Qingshu showed a strange expression. He was clearly Yelu Isen's man. I don't know whether he accepted his death voluntarily or committed suicide. Zhao Min snorted coldly. Thinking back to when Yelu Isen asked you to find a way to get close to the Empress, it's clear that he was the mastermind behind all of this. Song Qingshu said with some annoyance, I was really careless. I thought that his plan couldn't be carried out before I took action. I didn't expect that he would directly frame me. It's not really a frame, Zhao Min said with some joy. You do have an affair with the Empress. Song Qingshu looked depressed. Can you stop being sarcastic? Who told you to be so obsessed with women in the palace that you forgot your business? Zhao Min snorted coldly. Clearly she was dissatisfied. Song Qingshu opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't explain. After all, he was indeed careless here. Forget it. If I cause your little lover to die, you will hate me for the rest of your life. Zhao Min suddenly smiled and took the initiative to break the awkwardness in the room. According to the information I received, your little lover is now in the heavenly prison of Ili Courtyard. She is being interrogated by Yelu Isen, the Privy Commissioner of Jibei Courtyard, and Zhang Xiaojie, the Privy Commissioner of Tongji Courtyard. Although the two of them don't seem to have any relationship, according to the information of the Ruyang mansion, Zhang Xiaojie should be Yelu Isen's man. Your little lover is in their hands. Even if she is pure, she will probably confess under torture, not to mention having an affair with you. The heavenly prison of Ili by Courtyard. Song Qingshu stood by the window and looked in that direction. I'm really fated with this place. He had saved Xia Qingqing's icy snow and Yelu Qi's, Xiao Zhonghui several times. Do you plan to make a move today? Zhao Min came to his side and asked. Yes. Song Qingshu nodded. The longer Su Quan is in their hands, the more dangerous it will be. Well, we will go with you. I just want to confirm a guess in my mind. Zhao Min said thoughtfully. Song Qingshu looked back in confusion. What guess? It's not the time to say it yet. Zhao Min shook her head. Seeing that she was unwilling to say it, Song Qingshu couldn't force her to say it. Then, the three of them began to prepare for the prison break. Originally, he planned to go alone, but Zhao Min and Icy Snow insisted on going together. He hesitated for a while and agreed. After all, both of them were masters. Even if they couldn't help, they could at least protect themselves. The three of them soon arrived at the periphery of Ili Courtyard. Zhao Min frowned and said, I know you're very skilled in martial arts, but are you going to rush in and save them? Song Qingshu raised a small porcelain bottle in his hand. I haven't had the chance to use the grieving wind softener that I obtained from the Western Xia's first-class hall. This time, I can make the disaster come to you. Zhao Min was stunned. Then, she smiled and said, I'm afraid the Western Xia people are going to be in big trouble this time. Suddenly, Song Qingshu's expression changed. He quickly pressed the two women down and said, Someone is coming. It's a top master. Chapter 1560. Zhao Min and Icy Snow hurriedly crouched down. From Song Qingshu's tone, it was obvious that this person wasn't on their side. They saw a middle-aged man in white slowly walking toward Ili by Courtyard's prison with an elegant and calm demeanor. Although he walked very slowly, no one could ignore his imposing manner. The man in white had his hands behind his back and didn't look like he was carrying a weapon. However, Zhao Min and Icy Snow immediately noticed what weapon he was carrying. Even from such a distance, they could sense a penetrating sword aura that sent chills down their spines. This sword aura clearly didn't come from a sword. Instead, it came from the man himself. Shui. Song Qingshu had already recognized the man's identity. He was the Southern Song Dynasty's #1 expert, Shui. Why is he here? Asked Zhao Min curiously. Song Qingshu shook his head as he was also curious. Just like that, Shui strolled into the courtyard. At this moment, the guards of Ili Courtyard had already reacted. They drew their swords and surrounded Shui. Unfortunately, there seemed to be an invisible force field around Shui. When these ordinary guards got close to him, their faces turned pale and they had difficulty breathing. They had no choice but to retreat. A few of them didn't believe it and forcefully slashed at Shui. Unfortunately, the surrounding people only saw a blur. In the next moment, these people were already covered in wounds and fell to the ground. It was unknown if they were dead or alive. As a result, the encirclement around him instantly doubled. No one dared to stay within a 3-meter radius of him. The guards could only surround him from afar. As he walked forward, the encirclement gradually retreated. "This person's martial arts are so high," Icy Snow exclaimed. She didn't even see what happened, and those guards were already lying on the ground. "He can indeed be ranked among the world's top experts," Song Qingshu praised. Although Icy Snow didn't see it clearly, he did. Shui attacked just now. It was just that his speed was too fast for ordinary people to react in time. At this thought, he couldn't help but feel proud. If he was in Shui Yi's shoes, he probably wouldn't even need to raise his hand. Why doesn't Prince Wei come out? Shui Yi suddenly stopped and raised his head towards Ili Bai Courtyard. Although it didn't seem like he was shouting at the top of his lungs, his voice clearly spread to every corner of Ili Bai Courtyard. It was clear how strong his inner strength was. His voice kept echoing in the courtyard. Shui Yi wasn't in a hurry and just stood there quietly as if waiting for something. Not long after, the gates of the dungeon opened and Yelu Isin walked out, escorted by a group of guards. The man with the mustache next to him is Zhang Xiaojie, the prefect of the northern courtyard. Zhao Min pointed at a Han official next to Yelu Isin. These two have gathered together. They must have started to interrogate the Empress. Song Qingshu couldn't help but worry about Su Quan's safety. Don't worry. Interrogating the Empress is not a small matter. Usually, several parties need to be present at the same time. Looking at the situation, they should have just started when they were interrupted by Shui Yi's people. Zhao Minhui knew what he was worried about. I hope so. Song Qingshu nodded and continued to pay attention to the situation. What business do you have with me? Yelu Isin frowned slightly as he looked at the scene before him. Why is Prince Wei asking when you already know the answer? Shui Yiren said coldly, first, where is Shen family's young lady now? Second, hand over the mandarin duck knife. That night, he wanted to take advantage of the situation to kill Shen Bijuan. Unfortunately, he was interrupted by Song Qingshu, and had no choice but to temporarily leave. When he went to King Wei's mansion again, he found that Shen Bijuan had already left. Shen Bijuan had always been an important part of Yelu Isin's plan, so her identity was a top secret in the Wei household. Shui Yi's men had interrogated a few of the maids and guards, but none of them knew where she was. He didn't really want to save Shen Bijuan. It was just that it would be a great blow to the imperial family's reputation if the news got out that the future crown princess of the court was in the hands of another man. After the painful experience of the humiliation of Jinkong, if something similar happened again, it would be a heavy blow to the entire country. At the same time, he had been searching for the mandarin duck knife. From all the information he had, it was likely that both knives were in Yelu Isin's hands. He had planned to go to King Wei's mansion to find him, but Yelu Isin had been busy framing the Empress and the Prime Minister of the northern residence. If he wasn't in the palace, he was at Ili Yard. Shui Yi's men grew impatient and decided to go to Ili Yard to find him. At this time, Song Qingshu and the others also understood the purpose of his visit. Zhaomin couldn't help but smile and said, "You're really lucky. There's actually a super expert who came out to fight for you." Song Qingshu finally revealed a hint of a smile. "I hope he can muddy the waters as much as possible." "How dare you? What do you think this place is? Take him down." Yelu Isin's expression was dark, his expression unfathomable. Zhang Xiaojie on the side couldn't restrain himself. He had been provoked in his own territory. If he didn't teach him a good lesson, wouldn't he become a laughing-stock? With the order from their superior, the hesitating soldiers outside could only bite the bullet and charge forward. Fortunately, they were in a group this time, so they didn't have to worry about being killed instantly like the unlucky fellows before them. Shui Yi's martial arts were high, but he wasn't a simple-minded brute. He naturally didn't have the time to waste on these small fries. He suddenly moved, and the spears that were stabbing at him were all broken. Before anyone could react, he had already passed the encirclement of the soldiers like a roc spreading its wings, charging directly at Yelu Isin in the distance. Everyone understood the principle of capturing the ringleader first. Protect King Wei. Protect King Wei. Zhang Xiaojie was shocked. He hurriedly called for the guards beside him to charge forward while he took a few steps back. However, he and Yelu Isin were both high-ranking officials of the imperial court, and the guards around them weren't for nothing. They all orderly stood in front of the two. First, a group of shield-bearers stepped in front of the two. Then, the archers knocked their arrows, and in one go, dozens of arrows shot towards Shui Yi in midair. Unfortunately, Shui Yi's movement technique was too ingenious. He left several afterimages in midair, and his entire body was like a graceful swan. The arrows couldn't hit him at all. In just a short while, Shui Yi had closed the distance between the two sides. The shield-bearers at the front all shouted, raising their shields and charging forward. Shui Yi frowned. This thing couldn't be avoided, so he could only block one of the shields with his palm. Just as he was about to use the inner force in his palm to send the opponent flying to create an opening, suddenly dozens of spears shot out from the gap between the shields, as if they could poke him into a hornet's nest in an instant. However, Shui Yi was from the army after all, so how could he not be on guard against the military's methods? He instantly shot up into the sky and dodged the enemy's fatal attack. After that, everyone saw a brilliant sword light flash in midair. When everyone recovered from their shock, they discovered that the shields in the hands of the 3 layers of defense had been shattered into pieces, and the guards had fallen to the ground. As expected of the bloody-robed man who killed his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even with Song Qingshu's picky eyes, he couldn't help but admire the beauty of Shui Yi's sword just now. Zhao Min stared closely at Yelu Isin. Seeing his slightly panicked expression, she couldn't help but look a little confused. Did I guess wrong? Chapter 1561. The heavily armed heavy infantryman, who looked overbearing just a second ago, fell miserably to the ground in the next second. It was obvious that they had no energy left to fight. In fact, this kind of heavy infantryman was a powerful weapon against martial arts masters. Ordinary masters who were surrounded by the shield formation would be pierced into a hornet's nest. It was a pity that their opponent this time was not an ordinary martial arts master, but one of the best swordsmen in the world. In addition, the opponent was originally from the army, so he was quite familiar with the formations of the army, so he was defeated so quickly. Now, most of the main soldiers in front of Yelu Isin and Zhang Xiaojie had fallen, leaving only a few personal guards in front of them, trembling with fear. The reason for this predicament was that they had come to Ili Courtyard to investigate a case, so the guards were naturally in charge of the Ili Courtyard. Therefore, they did not bring many personal guards. Otherwise, although the Wei Mansion did not have as many top masters as the Ruyang Mansion, it was still worthy of a cloud of masters. Although Shui Isin was a little crazy with his swordsmanship, he was not a fool. On the surface, it seemed that he had directly charged into the Ili Courtyard's prison, but in fact, he had done some investigation and found that this was the time when the guards around Yelu Isin were at their weakest. Seeing the opponent walking towards him step by step, Zhang Xiaojie was so scared that his legs trembled. Especially when he saw the beads of blood dripping from the opponent's sword, he almost fainted. Shui Isin sneered and stabbed his sword at Yelu Isin. He knew that this was the territory of the Chitons, so it was not suitable for a long battle. Otherwise, when more and more soldiers came, he did not want to be surrounded. The nearly 10 guards around Yelu Isin were famous figures in the martial arts world of Shangxi. Unfortunately, they had encountered Shui Isin, and a man in a blood-red robe, famous for his murderous aura. Before they even started fighting, they were suppressed by the murderous aura of the other party and found it difficult to breathe. They could not even use half of their martial arts. Then, they saw a flash of red sword light, and this was the last thing they saw in this world. Seeing that he was about to subdue Yelu Isin, the corners of Shui Isin's mouth rose slightly, and his expression finally eased a little. But before his smile could fully appear, his expression suddenly changed. He turned his sword back and flicked it, knocking back a flying saber. "Audacious thief, how dare you behave atrociously in the Ili Bai courtyard?" The newcomer was tall and burly, emitting a hint of wild charm from head to toe. It was Xiao 11th Lang, who had taken over as the inspector of the front palace. He had originally come to announce the imperial edict, but he did not expect to see Shui Yi committing the crime. Upon seeing Xiao 11 Lang, Zhao Min nudged Song Qingshu, who was beside her, and teased, "This person looks more manly than a pretty boy like you." Song Qingshu didn't take it to heart and replied indifferently, "I rely on my talent and inner qualities, not my face to make a living." "Shameless!" Zhao Min scolded jokingly. Icy Snow, who was at the side, nodded in agreement and continued watching. At this moment, Shui Yi also saw the appearance of the person who had come. He could not help but laugh coldly. "Xiao 11th Lang? Just in time to settle the debt of kidnapping young Miss Shin before I leave." He had stayed in Shangjing City for a long time and had already found out who had kidnapped Shin Bijuan. Although he now planned to kill Shin Bijuan to avoid the humiliation of the imperial family, he hated the instigator of the incident even more. Therefore, he had already made preparations in his heart to kill Yelu Isin after finding out the whereabouts of the Mandarin duck saber. As for the fact that killing an important official of Liao would cause the relationship between Song and Liao to deteriorate, he did not care at all. After all, Liao was no longer what it used to be, and the two countries were not even bordering each other. Liao could not retaliate even if it wanted to. The only thing that could affect it was the joint attack on the Jin kingdom. However, the northern expedition was Han Xingzhou's matter. He was born in the Shui family and had always been on the same side as the Jia family, so he did not want to see Han Xingzhou succeed in this northern expedition. However, with such a huge ruckus in Liao, he would inevitably face impeachment from Han Xingzhou's camp when he returned. If he could solve the case of the kidnapper of the crown princess, not only would he not be punished, but he would also be meritorious. Naturally, he would not have to worry about the aftermath. Therefore, the gaze he used to look at Xiao 11 Lang instantly became fiery, causing the other party to feel a chill. Xiao 11 Lang only thought that it was because the other party's murderous aura was too strong, so he did not think too much about it. He directly brandished his saber and pounced over. He was very confident in his saber technique. In the whole of Liao, apart from Xiao Feng and his son, as well as the mysterious great secret agent Su Yin, he did not take anyone else seriously. Moreover, even if he were to go up against these three people, he did not think that he would lose. If he was given another 10 years to grow, he even thought that he could become the #1 expert in Liao. A sabersman should have a disdainful aura in his bones. Only then would he be able to reach the highest realm of saber techniques. However, during this period of time, his indomitable momentum had been somewhat reduced, because he had encountered two mysterious people twice in a row. The first time was the mysterious person he had met on the street that night. The two of them had exchanged dozens of blows, and he felt that the other party had not used his full strength at all and was just toying with him. The second time was when he had tried to capture Zhao Wei in the palace previously. The other party had actually left calmly under his nose, which was really a big blow to him. Thinking of these two things, Xiao 11th Lang's indomitable momentum suddenly paused, and there was a flaw in his perfect saber intent. If he had been up against an ordinary expert, it would not have been a problem. However, what kind of person was Shui? He had instantly caught that fleeting flaw. Everyone only felt that their vision had turned red, and it was as if a bright blood-colored flower had bloomed in the field. Only Song Qingshu realized that it was the sword aura released by Shui Yi's bloodstained sword. At that moment, the sword aura was so dazzling that there were only a few people present who could open their eyes. Everyone only heard the clanging sound of the tip of the saber clashing. When the blood faded and everyone opened their eyes, they saw that Xiao 11th Lang was already half kneeling on the ground. There were more than 10 bloody holes all over his body, and his clothes were already in tatters. If it were not for the saber in his hand that was inserted into the ground to support most of his weight, he would probably have already fallen to the ground by now. The guards present were in an uproar. One must know that Xiao 11th Lang was a famous expert in the capital city, and he could be considered invincible in the army. No one expected that he would actually be defeated in an instant, and so badly at that? He actually survived my ultimate move? Shui Yi let out a cry of surprise, but there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. Only Song Qingshu understood that the current Xiao 11th Lang was not the Xiao 11th Lang in the original work, who had comprehended becoming one with the saber. It was normal for him to be unable to defeat Shui Yi. However, he had not expected that he would be defeated so easily. After all, he had exchanged blows with Xiao 11th Lang before and knew Xiao 11th Lang's martial arts. No matter what, it would take at least 100 or 80 moves to determine the victor. Why did he suddenly hesitate in that saber strike just now? Song Qingshu was very puzzled. How could he know that the other party's confidence had suffered a setback because he had exchanged blows with him twice in a row? As a result, his combat prowess had dropped by at least 30%. It must be known that confidence was very important for an expert who used the saber. However, he did not have the time to care about this now. Instead, he said to the two girls beside him, "You two keep watch over here. I'll take this opportunity to go in and save Su Quan." "All right." Icy Snow nodded. Zhao Min, who was at the side, seemed not to have heard anything and stared at a certain person in the field thoughtfully. Chapter 1562. Song Qingshu took advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on Shui Yi's men outside to sneak into the heavenly prison of Yili Courtyard. Most of the guards in the heavenly prison had been drawn out, leaving only a small number of soldiers. Song Qingshu could easily avoid them, and those that he couldn't avoid were knocked out. This wasn't the first time he came to the heavenly prison. Song Qingshu didn't go to the West Wing, where the ordinary prisoners were locked up, but he easily found the East Wing, where the important people of the imperial court were locked up. He heard Su Quan's charming figure from afar, and thought that something had happened to her. He hurried over, and when he saw the situation inside, he couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that Su Quan was using the celestial music soul seizing technique on a prison guard. Looking at the confused look in the prison guard's eyes, he had most likely fallen for the technique. Song Qingshu directly knocked out the prison guard, and with a wave of his sword Qi, he cut off the shackles of the cell. He waved at Su Quan, "Come out quickly." Su Quan realized that there was a strong enemy outside. With her personality, she would not sit still and wait for death. She was concentrating on using her charm technique to confuse the jailer and take the opportunity to escape. However, she was shocked by the sudden change. When she saw the other party's face, her worry turned to joy. She immediately threw herself into his arms, and her voice trembled. "Qingshu, I thought I would never see you again." Previously, when she was resting in the palace, the guards suddenly barged in and brought her to the heavenly prison. Just a moment ago, she was the high and mighty empress, and in the next moment, she was beaten down to the ground. Su Quan was extremely terrified, thinking that her identity had been exposed. She couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. She had been forcing herself to hold on, and now that she saw Song Qingshu, she finally revealed a woman's weakness. "Alright, it's alright. I'm here to save you now." Song Qingshu patted her shoulder, and felt the delicate body in his arms tremble slightly. He felt that the usually strong Su Quan was probably scared out of her wits this time. "I'm sorry. Originally, I wanted to use Liao's identity as Empress to help you. Who knew that my identity would be exposed, causing all my efforts to go to waste." Su Quan couldn't help but feel sorrowful when she thought of all her years of hard work going to waste. Song Qingshu hurriedly comforted her. "Don't worry, this time it's not your fault, it's Yelu Isen's conspiracy." He hurriedly explained the whole thing, then pulled her out. "We'll talk about the details later, let's take this opportunity to get out." With his arm around Su Quan's waist, Song Qingshu quickly rushed out of the prison and found that it was a mess outside. Yelu Isen was nowhere to be seen, and even Shui Yi was nowhere to be found. When they finally found Icy Snow, they realized that Zhao Min wasn't around either. Song Qingshu asked curiously, "Where's Miss Zhao?" Icy Snow was originally anxious, but when she saw him coming out safely, she heaved a sigh of relief and answered, "Shui Yi's men kidnapped Yeluisen just now. From their conversation, it seems like they're going to get some Mandarin duck saber. Miss Zhao went after them and asked me to wait for you here." At this time, when she saw Su Quan in his arms, a strange look flashed across Icy Snow's eyes. She thought that this was the famous Empress of Liao. She was indeed peerlessly beautiful. "Hello, Miss Su." "Greetings, Sister Icy Snow." Su Quan also bowed in return. Icy Snow's jade-like body also amazed her. She sighed inwardly that even the women around her lover were so outstanding, putting a lot of pressure on her. When she was hanging out with Song Qingshu, she naturally knew of their existence in the capital city. Now that she heard that Miss Zhao wasn't around, it was obvious that this person was Icy Snow. In just a short moment, dozens of thoughts flashed through the minds of the two women. However, Song Qingshu frowned and said, "It's too reckless for her to go after them alone." Although Zhao Min's martial arts were not bad, it was nothing in front of Shui Yi's men. Icy Snow suddenly remembered something and said hurriedly, "Miss Zhao said that she will leave a mark along the way and asked you to follow her after you come out." Song Qingshu was relieved. Zhao Min was indeed not an impulsive and reckless person. She had already prepared a way out, then let's go quickly. He was worried that something might happen to Zhao Min. Without asking for their opinion, he directly hugged one in each hand and chased after the direction that Zhao Min left. On the other hand, Icy Snow was famous for being a good woman. Especially since she was now wearing the identity of Lady Hu, she was not used to being so intimate with Song Qingshu in front of other women. Icy Snow opened her mouth and noticed the worry between Song Qingshu's brows. In the end, she didn't say anything. "Let's talk about it after we find Miss Zhao. I must find a chance to tell Qingshu not to do this to me in front of others in the future." She was this kind. Even if she felt a little uncomfortable, she would still consider the safety of others first. At this moment, Song Qingshu didn't have the time to pay attention to the thoughts of the women around him. He was more worried that he couldn't find Zhao Min. However, he soon relaxed. In the beginning, there was actually no need for him to look for the mark that Zhao Min left behind. He just needed to follow the soldiers on the street. After all, the Khitans would naturally chase after the Prince of Wei who was kidnapped. After chasing for a while, Su Quan couldn't help but say in astonishment, "This Miss Zhao's qigong is really good." She had heard a little about Shui Yi's martial arts. Although he was carrying a person, even Liao's cavalry couldn't catch up with him. However, Zhao Min didn't lose him at all. This Qinggong made her sigh in admiration. Song Qingshu naturally knew the reason. If it was in the past, Zhao Min might not be able to keep up with Shui Yi. However, not long ago, he had taught her the Qinggong of treading on sand without a trace. Zhao Min was naturally talented, so she could get twice the result with half the effort when practicing Qinggong. Now, her Qinggong was considered top-notch in the martial arts world. After chasing for a while, he realized that the Khitan soldiers seemed to have lost their direction and started to split up to search. Song Qingshu had no choice but to stop and start to look for the mark that Zhao Min left behind. Fortunately, it didn't take long before he found the agreed mark on a tree. However, it didn't seem to be running out of the city, but back into the city. Song Qingshu instantly felt relieved. No matter how good Shui Yi's Qinggong was, he couldn't outrun the elite cavalry of the Khitan in the wild with a person. He could only make use of the complicated environment and terrain of Shangjing to shake off the pursuers and prevent the cavalry from using their sprinting speed. Following the marks left behind by Zhao Min all the way, Song Qingshu made 7 or 8 detours very quickly. Song Qingshu's Qinggong was very good. Not long after, he could vaguely see Zhao Min's silhouette in front of him. Zhao Min was lying on a tree, looking at a remote courtyard not far away. The arrival of Song Qingshu and the others gave her a fright. When she saw them clearly, she let out a sigh of relief. Shoo, they just entered the courtyard. I didn't dare to get too close for fear of being discovered. Although Shui Yi had left first, he had to shake off the pursuers with a person, so he wasted a lot of time. As a result, he arrived at about the same time as Song Qingshu, who had followed the mark. Is this the secret stronghold of the Imperial City Department? Song Qingshu asked curiously when he saw how remote this place was. Zhao Min shook her head. I don't think so. I know most of the strongholds of the Imperial City Department. This seems to be Yelu Isen's territory. I saw Yelu Isen giving directions to Shui Yi along the way. Are they really here for the Mandarin Duck Saber? Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh at Shui Yi's bravery. He actually dared to follow Yelu Isen's directions. Wasn't he afraid of an ambush? However, Shui Yi was so arrogant and conceited that he probably didn't care about any ambush. Let's go take a look. Song Qingshu sneaked into the courtyard with the 3 women. With his aura covering them, they didn't have to worry about being discovered by the people in the house. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.